That those of you here in this meeting are experiencing, and those of you on our YouTube channel can watch. So we're grateful for you being here. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I've asked Dave if he would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and Jordan, if you'd lead us in. Dave, if you'd offer a prayer, and Dave, if you'd. Let me get this right. Dave,
I'll say the pledge, Mayor.
Yeah, you'll do that. And Dave, if you would then offer a prayer, and Jordan will lead us in the pledge.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for this time that we have to meet together and do the business of the city. We're grateful that we live in a free country, that we may have these opportunities as an elected body to serve our community and represent the citizens' needs. We are grateful that we have an opportunity to discuss openly and make changes to the city as needed. We're grateful for the blessing of living in this wonderful land and city. We pray at this time that we'll have thy spirit to be with us while we have these discussions, that we will be able to express all the points of view and listen and be understanding with each other as we go along. We pray for these things and many other blessings upon the citizens of our city. And we say this in the name of thy Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
Amen. All right, I'm going to ask everyone to please rise. I have the flag on my screen if you need, or if you have a flag handy, go ahead and make the proper salute, and please follow after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, fellows. I appreciate that. We have an agenda before us where we are at item B, a virtual tour of the Syracuse Museum, hosted by the Museum Board, a presentation of 2021 museum goals. We'll follow that. So the stage is yours, Liz and Dean.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate this opportunity to share with you our passion for the museum. We've got three parts, what we're going to try to conduct this evening. The first part is a virtual tour of the museum. The second part is we're going to talk about, we're going to present our presentation of the agenda items for the museum. And the third part will be questions and answers. So Brody, I guess if you can bring up the virtual tour, let's start there.
Okay, yep, just give me a second here.
Oh God. Hey everyone, welcome to the Syracuse Regional Museum. My name is Elizabeth Najum and I am your local curator. Here at the museum, we specialize in researching, preserving, documenting, displaying, and educating the local Syracuse history, as well as the Great Salt Lake region here in Utah. Let's go on a quick tour. Our main building features the histories of the local Syracuse families that settled in this area during the 1800s. Here, we showcase pioneer stories, early Syracuse history, Daughters of the Utah Pioneer stories, military history, as well as cultural history. Within the last 6 months, we've had many changes around here, including some new exhibits. One of our new exhibits discusses the Syracuse Bathing Resort. This resort was established on July 4th, 1893. Trains from Ogden and Salt Lake City brought thousands of people over to partake in fun recreational activities on the Great Salt Lake. Our exhibit also has an interactive mural section for children. Our military section chronicles Syracuse's involvement in armed conflict from the Civil War up to the Cold War. We have many artifacts from the local Japanese population in Syracuse. We recently upgraded our veterans section, which includes an interactive book for guests to browse. Many may find their grandfathers or great-grandfathers within these pages, and they can see which awards they won and facts about their time in service. Our book collection is very special to us as they are quite old and valuable. We have a first edition copy of the Book of Mormon, which was published in 1830. Its estimated value is worth around $90,000. We also have a copy of Patty Sessions' medical text from her time as a midwife. Patty delivered over 2,000 babies in Syracuse and used this text constantly during medical appointments. Our library is available for guests to come and research their Syracuse families' histories. We recently had our library collection digitized by Family Search so that our valuable information can be stored and researched online. Our barn section portrays early Syracuse homesteading and farm life from the 1800s to present day. Our exhibits show life in the kitchen, farming duties, popular crops, and early community development. This space is family-friendly and has many interactive bits for kids of all ages. We have some neat artifacts in the barn, such as the antique barbed wire exhibit, the first ever fire truck in Syracuse, and a two-headed calf that was born on the Mills farm in 1992. Our recently restored Dr. Buggy is a fan favorite at the museum. It belonged to Patty Sessions during her time as a midwife here in Syracuse. Our blacksmith exhibit pays homage to the local blacksmithing building that operated in Syracuse for over 100 years. 3 families owned and operated it during its time of service. This exhibit is a working blacksmith shop, and our next big project is to update the exhibit with new tools and displays. Our attic space upstairs functions as our archive and storage room. We just recently installed free shelving units that allows us to properly store and manage our artifacts that are not currently on display. Right outside of the barn is the Wilcox Cabin. This historic cabin was built in 1850 and was donated to the museum in 2002. Thanks to a grant we received from the Utah Department of Transportation, we just recently restored the entire inside of the cabin so it may be more structurally sound and available for future generations to enjoy. As you can see, we have many exciting plans for the upcoming year, which include collaborations with local Utah museums, new exhibits, and fun projects and events to support and grow the community of Syracuse. Thank you all so much for watching. As you can see, the museum is a crucial community anchor here in Syracuse. We are a necessary institution for preserving Syracuse's histories and local heritage. Our collections and histories are expanding with every single passing day. In order to accomplish our goals, it is crucial to have a full-time curator at the museum, or else there's a chance we may lose our positive momentum. Thank you again.
If you like the museum, come and ring the bell.
Thank you so much for showing that. I hope you guys enjoyed that video.
Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and show you. Oh, yes. Oh gosh.
I am now.
Brody, can you pop up my PowerPoint?
Yeah. Let me grab it.
Thank you.
I thought I had the.
We had to have Phil rehearse 3 or 4 times to ring the bell just right.
You did well.
Pleasure.
Okay, let's see.
Sorry, guys, I was not anticipating this technical difficulty.
All right.
Okay, you can just go on to the third slide.
Do I hit present here?
Sure.
Here, is that what I do?
Yeah. And then I'll just say next for you.
Okay.
I don't know why is there a block on your screen too?
Yeah, it's my control. 'Cause I'm
Oh,
one of the, I'll try to move it, but hopefully I can get it out of the way. Okay.
Okay, so yes, thank you guys so much for coming and listening to our presentation. Next slide, please.
All right. Easier said than done. Let's see, do I hit a button or do I just hit
You should be able to do like the next key or the right arrow.
the arrow?
Oh,
Okay.
there we go. Okay. So just
Hold on, it's moving. Okay.
just a little bit about us real quick. My name is Elizabeth Najum and I'm the museum curator here. I'm originally from Kansas, but I moved to Utah in 2018 to start my master's in history. I have multiple years of working in museums. Most notably, I've interned at the Hill Air Space Museum as well as the National Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C. This is my 5th museum I've worked at, and I absolutely love it here. I am a member of both the Utah Museum Association as well as the American Association for State and Local Histories. And then this is Dean, the museum board president. He's been president for about 3 years now and is also equally passionate about preserving history as I am. Next slide, please. I just wanted to quickly go over a bunch of our accomplishments that we have done in the past year or so. These include things that Annie, the previous curator, has accomplished, as well as things that I've done in the past. And I'm going to go over each one of these individually. Next, please. So we have a couple new exhibits here at the museum. Both of them have been installed within the last year. You saw about the Syracuse Bathing Resort in the video. Did any of you know we had a bathing resort here in Syracuse? Because I sure didn't when I started here. But basically, people came out to recreate, and we have a nice, neat, interactive part for kids, a nice little write-up, and some salt that people can take so they can see what that was like as well. And then we've extended part of our military exhibit to add the veterans section. This is tailored only to Syracuse veterans, so far only for World War I and World War II. But I've created a book there that you can see in the photo where people can come in and actually look through these histories and see their grandfathers or great grandfathers who served in the wars. And we have their medals listed and their accomplishments and where they fought and all this kind of information that we had. And my goal was to have people come in and be able to interact with their personal histories when they saw this and be able to connect part of their family with the city museum. Next, please. Although COVID has kind of ruined a lot of things for everyone, we've had a couple of successful events here at the museum. Annie, the previous curator, had a night at the museum where she had a living history exhibit where actors came in and portrayed famous historic people from Syracuse. She had around a couple hundred people come through the museum. And then I recently hosted also a night at the museum. We coincided it with the Pumpkin Walk. So we had over 400 people come in through the museum, which I have never seen that many people in probably a year. And I know it was more than 400 because my volunteers made 200 bags worth of candy that were out 10 minutes after our event had started, which was very exciting for us. People loved doing the photo opportunity. They loved how we dressed up. People had a really great time and really wanted to come back and see the museum again. Next slide, please. Another big accomplishment is we received a nice grant from the Utah Department of Transportation, which allows us to restore parts of our buildings or any artifacts that need sorts of preservation. So here presented is the Wilcox cabin, which I showed you guys in the video. This cabin is over 100 years old and was in terrible shape. And this grant helped us renovate both the exterior and the interior of the cabin. Next slide, please. So you can see the interior, we completely restored it, we painted it, we added insulation. It's almost a livable cabin again. And our goal was to make it more structurally sound so that people can come and enjoy this cabin for generations on through. Next, please. We also got some new shelves. This was a great find as Dean found these shelves downtown. And I'm not sure if you guys know much about costs for museums, but archive shelves go anywhere from $500 to $5,000. They're just very expensive pieces of equipment just for storing things. And we managed to find these roller shelves for free. And it was honestly a fun activity where all the volunteers came and helped me out, and we deinstalled them downtown, brought them back up to Syracuse, and reinstalled them up in our attic. This helps us make much more of an archive for us, and that's part of my goal is to up our standards here at the museum to match those of the national standards for US museums, and having a proper archival storage is one of them. Next slide, please. Probably one of my favorite accomplishments we've done is we have transformed the museum from the 20th century to the 21st century by having some digital upgrades. Family Search came in and they digitized a bunch of our binders that we had that included all the Syracuse family histories. And as well as Past Perfect, which is our museum software for managing our collections and everything, has now an online feature where all of our collection is also stored on the cloud. This is a huge deal for us, as if anything were to happen to the museum, we would lose absolutely everything. So having all of our information stored online and in a digital format not only allows us to search through things, but allows the public and people to look up their own personal history. So now if you go to Family Search and you look up Syracuse Wilcox Cabin, you will find stuff on that, on Family Search. Next slide, please.
Let's see.
Doing good, Brody.
Yeah, doing great. So we have improved our museum flow significantly. It's really important to me that, you know, just because we're a museum, it's not just a house full of old stuff. We are a cultural center preserving artifacts that tell a story about the past. And if an exhibit is very cluttered, the story and the exhibit and the artifacts themselves get completely lost. And so it's been my goal to completely clear things out, make the flow easier, add much more signage. And just from this one exhibit alone, I have this on the left, you see a very cluttered bedroom. And on the right, it's much more tidied up and part of our women's fashion. Next slide, please.
One of the things I'm most proud of is our volunteers here, the passion that they bring. The last 2 or 3 years where we found something for them to do and they can see it go forward trying to reach our goals. They come excited, they're enthused. You know, I'm 72 and other than Elizabeth, I'm about the youngest one here. So it's great to have all these senior volunteers helping out and remembering things and how Syracuse used to be. Oh,
Next slide, please.
wait. Oh, yeah, next slide. I want to talk just a little bit about the volunteers and the numbers. We have 15 what we call full-time volunteers that come once a week for 3 hours. And then we have 3 part-timers that come and they're just a lot of help. We have 3 missionaries and 1 intern that comes every week. And so when we add it all up together, we're getting approximately 60 hours worth of volunteer work here in the museum every week. And one of the things that's making it work so well is we find projects for all of them to do. To upgrade and help with the inventory and to make the museum a more friendly place to come to. One other thing is talking about the guests that come here. There's a program called Harvest Hosts. If you ever look out in the parking lot, especially in the summer, on the weekends, we get a lot of RVs and trailers that stop here from all over the United States. And what they do is most of them like museums. So they stop here, we give them a tour of the museum, they give us a generous donation, and then we let them spend the night in our parking lot. And that's worked out real well. We've met some very interesting people from a good share of the states across the United States. We also host youth groups, activity days, and scout or school organizations, school trips. Hopefully we can do that again. Usually in May, the 3rd grade from about 4 or 5 different elementary schools come and tour the museum. We get a lot of individual families come. And then also, I guess all of you know what Pokemon is. For some reason, they like this area to play Pokemon, and then we tend to drag some of them in here to see the museum also. One quick thing on individual families. We had a family here last week from, their last name was Morgan, from Layton. These are old-time residents of Layton and very passionate about museums. They'd been to the Layton Museum many times and been to this one. So I had to ask the question, which museum do you like the best? And they both said, without a doubt, the Syracuse Museum flowed better, was less cluttered. They enjoyed the Syracuse Museum more than their home museum. So just pass that on. Next slide.
Thank you. So now we've told you about all the things we've done. Now let's talk about the things we want to do and plan on doing, COVID permitting. I have a couple of collaborations planned. The Historic Davis County app, Annie, the previous caterer who works at Layton, she and I are collaborating on making this app. We're hiring a student from Weber State to make this app for us, and we're gonna have a bunch of activities on it, scavenger hunts around the city, artifact scavenger hunts, artifacts of the week, ask the curator Q&A questions. And our goal is to make this app constantly usable. We don't want people to download an app once that they're going to come to the museum, do a couple things, and never use the app again. Our plan is to have continuing things going on with the app. We are also participating in the Utah Museums Week. It's a bunch of Northern Utah museums hosting a bunch of events in September. I will have a lot more information for you soon. We're still in the planning stages of that. I have a lot of education outreach going on. I have a new program I'm starting called Zoom with the Museum. The Syracuse Youth Council is helping me out quite a bit with making curriculums for that. I'm going to teach a Syracuse history course and a Utah history course. Not only do I want to help out the teachers in the local area who are really struggling with COVID and Zoom and the constant changes in education, but I also really want to connect the youth with their local histories, because I mean, a lot of them probably don't know anything about Syracuse history. So I think it would be neat for them to know the history of where they came from and their city that they're from. And then obviously school tours once, COVID calms down. I have a couple new exhibits I want to start. The first one is Music at the Museum. It's going to explore how music has connected us through the pioneer days to current days, as well as Syracuse and COVID-19. I'm going to make an exhibit documenting how COVID-19 just rattled Syracuse and what the citizens did to overcome it and how they managed to have a positive outcome about it, or the positive things that came out about it. My hope for that exhibit is for it to be a positive, uplifting thing. Like, despite a historic tragedy we all went through, there is still some light coming out of this. We are hoping to have a spring festival that will coincide with the city's Easter egg hunt, obviously COVID permitting. It will be collaboration with the fire department, where we have the fire trucks out. We will have stuff going on outside and nicer weather, and hopefully a lot of us will have our COVID shots by then. And then the last thing is the Syracuse Heritage Cookbook. I've kind of emailed a bunch about that, but basically, what better way to connect your local histories than with your love of food. So I am asking people to submit their recipes, share their stories. Why was this mashed potato just special to grandpa during World War II? Or why does mom make these specific cookies at Christmas? So my goal is to have a collection of stories and why these histories and recipes are important from everyone in the local community. Next slide, please.
Okay, about a year and a half ago, the mayor and Brody commissioned us to do a 5-year plan. The 4 main things I think that came out of it was increased tourism, preserve history, culture, and community, internal organization improvements, and education, collaboration, and public involvement. So next slide. This is kind of a continuation of 2021, what our plan is. We feel like we've increased tourism through things we've talked about, Harvest Host and other things, preserve history, culture, and community. Just the things that's going on with Family Search, putting things on the cloud, the computer, the oral histories we've got. It's just tons of information coming in all the time. Our internal organization, the Past Perfect, the Family Search, we've updated the American Association of Museums. We're updating to the American Association of Museum standards. So like she said before, we're really coming into the 21st century. And then with education, collaboration, and public involvement with Zoom and a junior curator program and Utah Museum collaborations, we feel like we're really on track to reach these goals. And our ultimate goal is to be the best small museum in Utah. And all of these things are very important and tied to our mission, values, and vision, as well as these 4 goals outlined in the 5-year plan. So we feel like everything's tying together right now and moving forward at a good pace.
Next slide, please. So just really quickly, I just want to point out, there are many jobs that come with being a museum. A lot of these are very self-explanatory, but the archivist is in charge of the ins and outs of the archives. They know what's inside the collection and they are able to help. The conservator, which is more of a science-based job, they're in charge of preserving the artifacts, making sure asbestos doesn't come in and ruin a gas mask like we have right here. The curator, my job, is in charge of making the exhibit and telling the story with the artifacts. And a lot of these, like I said, are very self-explanatory. Another one I want to point out is the registrar, which is the person who's in charge of the managing the collection online. And making sure things aren't lost or making sure things are in good shape. And many of these people work together. You know, the historian and the curator work together to make an exhibit. The registrar tells the conservator that, you know, this item is missing and we need to find it. Next slide, please.
Well, first of all, the more you start peeling this onion and find out how big this onion is and all the things that need to be done, we're doing everything right now with a part-time person wearing all those hats. So one person is really wearing all these hats. And the more we get involved in making the museum up to date and how it should be, it's just a huge job. Next slide.
So just for a quick comparison to other city museums in the area, when I was doing some research and I found the population density compared to the employee number at their city museums, I was pretty surprised what I saw. Obviously, Layton has the biggest population with 77,000 and one full-time employee who is Annie. But what really shocked me was seeing Green River City Museum, which is their John Wesley Powell Museum. They have a population of less than 1,000 people and they managed to have 3 full-time employees. Whereas obviously I have in green the Syracuse Regional Museum, we're a population of roughly 25,000 and we only have 1 part-time employee. Next slide. So in conclusion, we are a crucial community anchor in the city of Syracuse. We are a necessary source for preserving, maintaining, documenting, and displaying the city's heritage. Our education outreach connects the youth to their community as well as to their personal histories. Our increasing numbers through tourism and outreach continue to grow. And we are just on such a good positive momentum right now that we just do not want to lose that. And all of our updates and accomplishments, I believe, show that. And we truly hope to be the best small museum in Utah.
You know, I get asked all the time, what was it like in this area when you were a kid? And I really kind of worry about the generation right now. They don't know what Syracuse was like 50 years ago or 100 years ago when their grandparents were here or their great-grandparents that settled it. And so that's just such a valuable tool, such valuable information that the only way that preserves that right now in Syracuse, to my knowledge, is the museum. So we've got a tremendous collection here and it's very difficult to do it on a part-time basis. And so that concludes our presentation. And
next slide. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer them to the best of our abilities. And thank you so much, Brody, for sharing that.
Let me open this up to you, Council. Would you like to ask some questions?
I don't necessarily have, this is Seth Teague. I don't necessarily have questions per se. All of your goals and the efforts that have been made, I think, have been tremendous. I think in spite of the circumstances with COVID, like many of our departments within the city, you guys have really just done a tremendous job trying to acclimate and adapt to difficult situations. And I think that that's very commendable. My mom volunteered at the museum, I want to say like 2 years ago, fixing small items and setting up or helping with tours and stuff. And I asked her about it when I was reading this as an item, and she mentioned to me that this is just such a great small museum. And she said it really needs to be utilized more. I said, that's the goal. But thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Seth. Anyone else? Lisa?
Yeah, I have a question. First, I have a great recipe I wanted to send in. When do you need those by?
I'm going to say May because I'm shooting to publish in the summer and have it ready for the fall. So let's say May.
And then I had a question about a gift shop area. Do you have an area that you can set aside for that? Do you have any ideas or plans for a gift shop?
Yes, I have set aside a table. I am currently working with PayPal right now to set up a payment system for us because I want to be able to have, as you know, I want payment to be as easy as possible for people because right now we can only accept cash and check. We are selling our heritage, the Syracuse, the Blue Book, the history book, as well as we have books on World War I and World War II veterans that I believe Mayor Gailey typed up. And then I bought some stickers because I'm a millennial, kids my age. I say kids, I'm 31. We love stickers and I've seen people buying the stickers. We have hats. I am big goal. Yeah. We even have the face masks too that we're selling. I have, one of my main goals is to feature a bunch of local artists so that they can showcase their work and sell their work in the museum as well. Cause I really believe like showing the local arts and community is just part of the museum mission, is just help support each other. So yeah.
And the recipe books will be.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And also the cookbooks eventually. So
Yes, recipe book.
That's awesome. Thank you. Because my thought was that if we can find funding to help offset the cost of running it, then it's always great if we have an ability to bring in some monetary help there. And I know that if you have a lot of kids coming through there, just like you said, stickers and things like that, then it might even be, I wonder if we could do something like a little bottle of salt that they can take as a memento. Remember, we used to go to Hogle Zoo and you get one of those little wax features. And anyway, there's got to be something.
Can we get a sucker with mosquito in it? That seems really an apt item for a.
You catch the mosquitoes, I'll put them in the sucker. I'm pretty good at making rock candy. So anyway, I love your idea.
I'm pretty sure there's a sterile process that the actual sucker companies go through.
Why should there?
I don't know. Mosquito abatement, would say no.
We'll do brine flies then.
Brine fly, great idea.
All right, maybe they'd be all right.
Maybe some of the spiders from the island.
No, I will not partake of that one.
I'll let the Fair Gelding Ranch take care of that.
Speaking of the ranch, though, we're grateful that you guys have connected so much with Antelope Island and helping to draw those people into Syracuse instead of just driving through Syracuse. So we really appreciate you doing that and having those flyers that you guys have folded and stuffed and have there at their visitor center. So I just wanted to thank you for doing that. That really makes a big difference for us in our goals in trying to get people to stop in Syracuse.
And what do you need by way of histories? Like you were talking about archiving the history of the city. Is there anything specific you're looking for that, or have you already gathered that information?
Well, we've got old information, we've got anything current or new that you think we need to archive. Like she mentioned, we're going to try to COVID in Syracuse this time, put some type of a display together on that eventually. But, we've got a lot of old history. So if you have any history, any artifact, any old books that talk about the history of the area, we would love to have those.
All right. And we need to get one documenting the great earthquake of 2019 as well.
That was 2020.
Yeah, 2020.
Oh, 2020. Sorry, my bad. I should have known better. I still think it's 2020, so I just knew it was last year.
Okay.
Yeah, time is such a strange construct right now. Like I can't even comprehend it sometimes.
Well, Dean and Elizabeth, thank you for your presentation. This constitutes kind of a deep dive for the museum. Each year, we're grateful for what you've done to put together, and we have a clearer picture of what your goals are. Thank you again for visiting with us tonight. We appreciate it.
Now, really quick, Mayor, Elizabeth had asked something about having some sort of a vote. So you tell me if you want to talk about that a little bit quick, Elizabeth. But it'd probably be at the next meeting if needed.
I guess we're lost right there.
Oh,
we just hope you consider us in your budget. Our main full-time curator, I think that's obvious what we've tried to present here and the reason why.
Our budget meeting we are going to be having our budget retreat in March. Is that correct?
March 19th.
Okay.
So at that time, we will be discussing all of those things, okay?
Cool. Thank you for considering
Appreciate
us.
all your help.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
Council and the public, we are at item number C, public comment. Cassie has shared with me earlier this evening that she received no written comment by 5 o'clock. Those that are on YouTube, of course, won't be able to comment, but those of you that are here watching us in Zoom, if you would like to step forward, we'd entertain any comment that you would like to make. We'd give you up to 3 minutes to express your comment to the council. If you'd state your name and place of residence, we would love to hear from you. The best way we found to do this is if you will, there's a place where you can raise your hand. If you just raise your hand, we'll scan up and down that list of those of you who are participating.
Mayor Sterling is physically raising his hand on the
I'm trying to
screen
see
now.
where the button is. I'm not too Zoom savvy. I apologize.
Go ahead, Sterling.
My name's Sterling Georgiana. I live at 793 South, 3175 West, and I'm calling about the winter parking ordinance. I'm just going to touch on it because I've talked to you guys in the past. We've sat down with the mayor and Brody, and they were nice enough to meet with us. We appreciate that. The thing is I read through it, and they talk about the Ninjet industrial area where the trucks are parking, and they're saying that this is unsightly and it affects marketability. Well, I have people on my street that park 5 cars in a row every day. So it's just as unsightly in our neighborhood as it is there, and it affects marketability. And the same time, that's not even the big issue. The big issue is safety. City Ordinance 11-20-010 says parking vehicles or trailers in such way to endanger safety, block access, impede drivers, pedestrians' view of oncoming traffic. Well, if you can't park a trailer on the road, how can you park 5 cars in a row? I don't see the difference. It's just as unsightly, and the big thing is safety. They can't see little kids. There's no way they can see little kids over that. And multiple people that have come through our neighborhood have talked about that. I had one neighbor had to move his tree because he lived on the corner. And he was told he had to move his tree because it was a line of sight and a safety issue. And at the time, it was only a 5-foot tree. If that tree is a safety issue, how are 5 cars that present a larger area that block and obstruct view not an issue? Right now, there's nothing on the books that'll stop these people from doing this. At the very minimum, we're asking for a winter ordinance, which 9 surrounding cities have a winter ordinance that you are not allowed to park on the street from certain hours at night till the next day. We're not asking Syracuse to set a standard. We're asking them to meet the standard of surrounding areas. Because I think if you force people to do this during the winter, I think it will help alleviate that problem in the summer. I don't know for sure. We would prefer a year-round one because in the summer and the spring is when kids are out playing the most. And we had a traffic study done. It says we have no more traffic than anybody else, but these people single-handedly are accounting for all the cars that are parked on the street in our neighborhood. Sorry for taking too long. That all the cars that are parked on the street nightly in the past week, I've seen 6 cars. They accounted for 5 of them. That's all I really have to say because I know we only have 3 minutes. I'm going to pass the time on to somebody else, and I just want to thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Sterling. Anyone else? Shane?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the opportunity to address all of you. I live at 3284 West, 800 South. I also would like to address Section E4 of on-street parking. And first off, I'd like to say, this doesn't directly affect me as it does the previous person that spoke. And I am not a proponent of having cities, increase ordinances on citizens. But with that being said, I would have to agree. There is a significant safety issue during non-winter months that this presents, and this is the same home. I don't believe that it's fair that one house abuses our privileges of parking on the street. I think that we do have some ordinances written that address other items such as trailers or larger vehicles. And so I would have to agree with the previous person that just spoke. How is it that we can, I've been written up for my 17-foot trailer being in the street for more than 24 hours, which I am in the wrong. But when we have, 3 vehicles on either side of this person's driveway that sit there for 24, 48, 72 hours, how is that any different? Number 2, outside of the safety issue, is the residual value issue of the neighbors. You know, if I was that person were next door to them, I would have something significant to say. And unfortunately, it's come to the point where, you know, we have a neighbor that has 10 vehicles on a 1/4 acre lot. I think that's just, you know, it's not fair to the other neighbors. It's not fair to the people that put in significant investments into their curb appeal to have someone park, you know, a vehicle that leaks oil like a sieve in front of their house. And the question I would ask is, you know, how would you guys feel? It ain't my neighbor, but I drive past it every day and it aggravates the living, you know what, out of me. So I think that we need to look at this because there are people that do abuse this privilege and we need to address it. And unfortunately, it's come to this point because from what I understand, it's tried to be addressed at the neighbor level. And now it's at the city level. And I find that kind of sad.
Thank you. Dwayne?
How do I do the? Okay, you're on. Okay, I'm not sure how to do the video portion of it, but anyway, so as Peyton was talking about this very thing, we did have several discussions with this neighbor. Whoops, sorry about that. And their blunt response to us was, well, if you don't like it, you can use another entrance. Well, my address is 764 South, 3175 West. I live directly across the street. There isn't another entrance. I'm directly impacted by this. My property values are impacted by it. My safety is impacted by it. Just this evening on the way home, one of their cars was parked in the road. I am not sure why, but it was parked in the road. I actually had to go around it. And we have very wide roads in this Bluff subdivision, but it was to the point where I was actually in opposing traffic. That's a significant safety issue. I have young children. There's several families that have young children in this neighborhood. This is an ongoing problem that they refuse to address. They basically told us they don't care. They don't want to hear it. You know, we really need to address this. And it's not just this neighborhood. I drive down 3000 every morning to go to work, and there are similar situations within Syracuse on 3000 exactly like this. It's not just this neighborhood, but this increasing an ordinance or adding to this ordinance or doing what happens in the other cities around us to alleviate this problem isn't going to help just us. It's going to help our neighbors in other neighborhoods around here to alleviate their problems as well.
Thank you, Dwayne. Anyone else like to address the council? Hearing and seeing that, I'll close public comment. And we thank you for your input. Item number D, let's discuss, and we're going to discuss this issue under our planning items. We've allotted 10 minutes to discuss that, council, so we'll be discussing that later. Item D, discuss options for citywide access to high-speed fiber internet. And I'd like Brody to begin this one.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, so in your packet, I've included kind of some options. At our last time we discussed this, I believe it was in September. You asked us to come back with some options. We've done some research on, you know, there's been some talk about Utopia, and what we want to do is give you the options that are out there that are available. Utopia specifically is one of them. In the packet, I've given you 3 options. Options kind of, these are these are very generalized. I will say on each of these options, there's probably, you know, half dozen variations of them. So just keep that in mind. Option A is to partner with an outside fiber company, and that's the traditional model with Utopia. That's not becoming a member of Utopia, that's just partnering with Utopia, where outside company comes in, they own the fiber, they maintain it, and they receive a fee for that maintenance from the people who sign up for internet on it. The other option was city fiber. That is a model that's similar to what I believe Kaysville was entertaining. And there's other cities that have entertained this. The thing with city fiber is it's kind of like treating fiber like almost like a utility. Actually, almost exactly like a utility, I guess. Kind of like or a road. So, for example, the city owns roads in Syracuse City, but you can choose who delivers your packages. You know, whether it's UPS, FedEx, Amazon, United States Postal Service. That's the way this would work. The city would own the fiber, but people could choose their own internet service provider. Some of the reasons cities entertain this option is it's sort of the risk-reward continuum, right? The city does put it up front as far as the funding, goes, and then but they can reap the rewards of the revenue in the long term to maintain those. So the other option that I mentioned in the memo is a multi-city partnership. This is essentially kind of a mini version of what Utopia already is. Remember that Utopia is a governmental entity. It's not a private company. This is a model that has been entertained in other parts of the state. You don't have to be adjacent to a city to partner with them. It could be with any other city, but essentially you partner up and do kind of it's owned by the entity, not the individual cities, but it's governed by a board made up of representatives of those cities, and that kind of spreads the risk across multiple cities instead of just one. And so that's kind of the third model that's out there. And there is kind of hybrids of these situations. You may have heard of like Google Fiber. Google Fiber is kind of a hybrid where the city, Google is an outside entity, private company, but typically what they will do is when they bring fiber in, they are the internet service provider as well, but they do partner with cities to provide it. And so it's not really an open fiber system. It's Google and their system, but a lot of the times the city can partner with them and receive some of the revenue associated with it, is my understanding. So I won't go through the memo unless you want me to. I can leave the remainder of the time for you to discuss, where you want to go with this.
Lisa, do you want to lead us out?
Sure. So we heard was it yesterday, Corinne let us know that Ann Milner is working on Utopia or something with fiber lines. So first I'm thinking, do we want to wait until we see what the legislature does with this? Secondly, if we're going to, and I'm sure we'll still talk on this today. So what are the options that the other cities have gone with, and are the current options a little bit better? Because it sounds like we've kind of tweaked some things and there might be better options than there were even a year ago. So Brody, you mentioned that there were, the Kaysville and some other cities were doing a certain way. Do we feel like it has been tweaked and it's a better option now?
I think it's based more on your values of what the city and what the city council thinks is more important. If you want to have more control over it, or maybe reap some of the rewards of it, then maybe a city operated and owned fiber system is the way to go. If you just want to strictly encourage more competition in the market with minimal city involvement, then probably partnering with an outside entity is the way to go, as long as they have an open system that any internet service provider can join and use the fiber. So it kind of, I don't know that there's any answer that's definitively, oh yeah, this is the best way to go. Mm-hmm. It really depends on what your values are as a council that will direct that.
Thank you. So along those lines, I'm not at all interested in bringing in a Google kind of a network. Anything that depletes competition to me is terrible. And we've kind of seen some things on a national level lately that we've all been thinking that when one entity controls a lot of things, it's really impacts us negatively. So I tend, if we're kind of giving an idea of where we're going with this, I've always hated the idea of wiping out competition or having a government funded or tax funded way to wipe out competition. I know in my own experience, we've owned as a family a business that we were actually in competition with the city because the city provided something as well, but it was funded by taxes. So that seems an unfair field. So if we were to go ahead with this, I am leaning much more towards much less involvement as a city and just facilitating more opportunities for competition. So that's my thought.
Corinne, can you shed some light on what the legislature is doing?
Yeah, so yesterday I got some information. The state has $1 billion in one-time money to allocate this year, which is incredible. But as we know, they aren't going to be used towards ongoing programs. It's one time, this is it kind of thing. And Ann Milner is, the Senate Majority Leader, so she has quite a bit of clout. And she's talked about this a couple of times already. And she feels that it's a really important way to spend this money. I also she believes it's going to be some sort of grant with matching money though. So that's, if we decide to go this route, we need to kind of prepare for that. But one way or another, it equals savings for our residents. I also got an email from Derek Brown about some of the goals that the House and the Senate have set. And one of them was building a connected Utah. And so I really think that the chances of her suggested funding, because it's a funding request, it's not really a bill because, again, it's one-time funds and not ongoing. I really believe it has a good chance of happening. So we need to get our ducks in a row and try to figure this out and be ready if it happens. But I also think we should probably wait before we go ahead and do anything right off the cuff in our city without finding out some more information from the state. That's my suggestions there.
David?
Well, I would never turn down matching funds because it goes a long way to our citizens. But if you listen to Spencer Cox, he stated that priority would be given to rural Utah and the fiber opportunity to get it from major metropolitan areas out to rural areas. And I don't think we qualify. Now, I'd love it if we did. I'm not against that. I'm just, if we're talking about getting it into the middle of central Utah, we don't fit that kind of profile. So I'm still not for creating a city utility that we don't already have. I don't think that works. Never changed on that. My understanding is every time we visit this, we say we will give free rein to any company that wants to come in and put it in. But the stop is always they want us to pay for it. And that does equal subsidies. And I don't know how that works out. I would love to see it in Syracuse. I just don't feel like I can obligate every Syracuse citizen to pay for it, whether they use it or not. So you're going to have to show me an option that doesn't force people to pay for it, even if they're not using it.
Okay. Seth?
Yeah, so I share exactly Dave's concerns about the legislative potential opportunities there. I think that was exactly where I was going as far as Governor Cox's initiatives and direction. So I was wondering if there was anything or any inclination coming out of committee or anything that you're hearing, Corinne, that would indicate that's the direction we're going, because I would guess that's you know, a major linchpin here. I think you know, like, I agree. I think the city option is, I don't think our citizens would necessarily love a major bond to support the infrastructure to put this in and reduce competition as well. I want to say that I've had several conversations with concerned and interested citizens. In fact, we have one that joined on. I don't know if he just dropped off or not, but he was mentioning, he just emailed me and said that he was trying to give public comment and press *6 to unmute himself and it didn't work. And so he missed public comment. Would it be okay if I read his comment real quick?
Sure.
So he just basically said he couldn't get in. He dialed in and it was having an issue. But then he said it doesn't look like people are necessarily interested in hearing this right now or something. I'm trying to paraphrase here because there's a little bit more of a conversation with me, but he said, hopefully one of these years we can get Utopia fiber in Syracuse. It would have been a deciding factor for us if we were deciding between two houses that we liked. But this is the only house we liked. And so they just had moved here recently, and essentially the need and demand in their house and other personal and business uses, I assume, are so high that this would have been a deciding factor for them. And so when we're talking about our initiatives, you know, in our last meeting, we talked about being shovel ready to some extent for opportunities as they come in economic development. And I think this is, you know, also a very key step in getting there. And so I tend to lean towards the Utopia fiber option, especially over those other two, but I guess I haven't really seen enough. Maybe Brody, if you could enlighten us, if there are some multi-city entities that you can think of, you know, as examples to kind of spend some time researching a little bit more. But right now, I think I would tend to lean towards Utopia.
I didn't think like Google Fiber was doing any more cities at this time.
Oh,
Yeah, I haven't heard.
Yeah.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Yes. Right now, I think they're doing Salt Lake City, and they're heading north from there.
Who knew?
I didn't know if Mayor, you want to go around the horn first, and then I can answer some things.
Yeah, let me hear from Jordan, and then let's back to Brody. And then I'm going to keep us on schedule tonight. We've got about 3 minutes left.
Sweet. Thanks. Those are all long-winded. I'm just kidding. So I've always been a huge proponent of this. I think this bears a huge economic opportunity for us. Especially where we're trying to put an office space. I think if you were deciding on where to put a software development firm or some type of technological firm, or anything that I think you're going to need a cloud access, database, any of that is going to require good speeds. You're going to need, and right now our city struggles with this. The companies we have are constantly being burdened down. On a regular basis, I've used both of the companies that we have in the city, and even though I usually would pay for about 250 meg, I usually end up with about somewhere between 12 and 20 sometimes, and less than that on other occasions. So we are extremely underserved at this point in this city, and that is a problem, especially if you're trying to run a business. If you're trying to run business and you are not getting the service you're paying for, you'll go somewhere else. And so I absolutely agree with the comment that Seth's friend pointed out, was if you're making a decision based on access, which most people are these days, especially in the time of homeschool and all of that, you will go somewhere where you can get a relatively good speed. I think this is a issue that needs to be resolved. And I think there are a lot of good options out there. I'm not specifically advocating for one or the other, but Utopia, in this case, has reached out. They seemed, based on our survey, we had basically a huge, a good percentage of the people said they would support this and they would be signing up. And to the point that Seth and Dave brought out is, if we get if really 50% of Syracuse signs up, all the people pay nothing. At least all the people that aren't signing up for it. That's the way this model works. If you get 30% signing up, the only people paying for the internet service is the people getting the internet service, which is exactly how it should be. So I think we need to do something, and I want to do something this year. I think COVID has shown that we have a huge weakness. Kids getting booted out of Zoom calls at school is just unacceptable. So I would challenge all of us to really look at this, dig into it. Let's get something together. I'm okay if we want to wait to the end of the legislative session to see what falls out. But like I said, I'm always willing to take free money. But I kind of had the same inclination that everyone else has brought up, that it's getting out to rural Utah first. And who knows, maybe Starlink will be amazing if that comes online someday. But at this point, they're low rates too. So yeah, we need to do something.
Okay, Brody.
Yeah.
Can you wrap us up?
Sure. Okay, so when we look at the general models that are available, as far as, if I were to kind of read what everybody said, it sounds like if we were gonna do one, it would be a partner with an outside fiber company. The idea there, and this is a concern that Dave brought up, is okay, what we don't want to do is burden people with a cost who have nothing to do with the service.
Great.
And currently the model is any company can come into the city, but the only ones that are, they will go into the city, but they will only go as far as it's financially feasible into the city. They will not go into areas where they will not have a ROI. So the other model, if you help it get to everybody throughout the city, the difference between partnership with an outside company and like a multi-city partnership really is, either way you're going to sort of back up the investment. You're going to guarantee the loan if there's not enough people signing up. With an outside company, you're backing up the outside company. With a multi-city partnership, you're kind of backing up yourself and your partners. You're actually the investor and owner, even though it's technically owned by an outside entity.
Brody, the one thing that concerns me on the multi thing that I guess wasn't touched on is just, doesn't that work both ways, in that while we are spreading the risk over other people, we could also be the person who has to carry a city that doesn't carry
Yes.
See, and that's kind of where I'm a little nervous, because if we get in with a partner and it doesn't go well in their city, I don't want to have to pick up an extra 30% of my city to make up for theirs.
Yes,
yeah, I don't like how the city carries all the burden. That's just weird. Okay.
That's the downside of the partnership. So there's the city fiber, where we're the ones taking on our own risk alone. So that option's available. So I guess the question what the mayor wants me to ask, and what I need from you is, which model do you want to pursue, and then we'll put together a specific option. If you want us to just, not entertain anything else and just go with Utopia, who we've discussed before, we can do that. Or if we want to explore, something similar maybe that's out there that.
Well, ideally, the idea that we would we could be out of this and it's independent if we have a baseline that signs up seems to work, but of course it only works if we get the baseline. So, I mean, I want the city to be out of it if we can. I would like it to be here. I would like it to be to the whole city, but I would like it paid for by those who sign up, not by guaranteeing that we'll pay for all those who don't.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I think that's where we have this survey.
Right.
And we see that there are 33 people that desperately need faster internet. And as I recall, the minimum number was 30%. And so if just the people that desperately need faster internet sign up, you're there. If any of the others sign up, it's just gravy.
I see that if you have to have, if you're going to obligate people to pay any sort of bond at all, it needs to go to the people. But otherwise, it's sign up only. I'm sorry, I can't just agree with the utility.
What do you mean by that?
So the way they bridge the gap if there's not enough people signing up is typically we would give that company a loan, or that organization if it's Utopia. We give them a loan and they pay it back over time.
Can we not find out how many people would sign up before we go forward?
I mean, that's the survey, right?
You can always,
But that
always,
the survey was really general and gave a big fluctuation of what it would cost. So I think maybe if we were more particular, and it would need to go to far more homes to say, if we go forward with this, we need to have a percentage of people that will sign up, and we need to know how viable that is.
Well,
so
what's
if
interesting,
a lot of them said they wouldn't pay more. A lot of them.
well, this
Yeah.
would be paying less. You know,
That's
No,
what I'm
they'll still
really
be paying for their
go
internet
on.
provider. They'll just have to pay for this too. I think a lot of people don't understand that.
oh,
Well,
that's what you're talking. Yeah.
They also think that, like I did in the beginning, that Utopia is the actual provider, and there's a lot of information that's really ethereal to a lot of people. And so I would like to find out really what our numbers are for support for this, and say, here's a very specific scenario. You use this many companies would be using our, I didn't understand franchise in the beginning. That to me was Carl's Jr. And a lot of people don't understand what a franchise is, and that they're all using the same infrastructure. And so I just think that we could do better in communicating to the masses what we're looking at. And then we would have a much better idea if we're going to go into this with a burden, or if we're going to be able to absolve ourselves of it.
Brody, did we? Well, I was just going to say, did we get an answer about, I don't know if it was 30% or 40% or whatever it was, whether that amount has to be achieved, and we do not pay anything until, I guess, first customers are being served, or if that was, I think there was also a question around, like, if areas were not being served, would they count in the equation?
And then also the moving target of people always moving in and out.
Yeah, if you're speaking specifically about Utopia, what I can do is I can talk to them, and I can see if we can get them to do an in-depth study to see what that number is. They've given us like a rule of thumb number, but they haven't been willing to really put in an investment of studying, feasibility study for Syracuse City, because they don't know if we're interested or not.
I think the fact that our study came back and said 70% of the people in Syracuse are in favor of the city partnering with a company to install high-speed internet fiber.
Where is that?
Pretty resounding yes. That's in the survey question 4.
But again, that's
It was
only
like
700 people that responded, and only 500 actually live in the city. So with the other 8,000 households that we have in question,
Yeah, but the study is based on the study. What do you call them?
It's 590.
the sample.
The metrics, the sample. It
Yeah.
should be over 90% accurate. I think it was like 95% accurate. So
I think the one.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, the one scary part about this survey, I do trust all the survey
that was
design
locals.
and everything. Yeah, I trust the survey design. I think this is the one area where I get a little bit hesitant about the survey, because we're asking about internet use for a bunch of people that use the internet.
Yeah.
We're only getting an internet-based result. That's a little scary to me, but
Nobody answered this survey that doesn't use the internet.
Right.
yeah, that's what
we can only do so much.
To to get answers from people who don't use the internet, you'll need to pay for a like a phone survey or a physical survey, which
that implies you have their phone number, which no one does because
we don't.
and to be clear, you could do this on the phone as well, if I recall correctly.
Let's do. Let me see if I can get some agreement here on what we ought to do. We probably ought to just wait and see what the legislature is going to do. I think Corinne has a good point. It may benefit just central Utah. I don't know. Let's wait and see what happens there. In the meantime, let's commission Brody to approach Utopia and see if they are willing to work on a feasibility study. If they feel like we're a little more on the hook with them, and maybe have some answers by the time the legislature closes.
Which one of these answers was 70%? I still don't see it, Jordan.
It's a I was actually, I was combining two metrics. So if you look at question 4, of the people that either 40% strongly support and somewhat support is 28.9. Neutral was 11, and the only people against it, you did have the 15% of people that were against it, and 11% that was neutral.
So it's that combination of the somewhat support and the support strongly. But no, I think that's
it's going to be about 30%.
Yeah, I would look at it the same way. I agree.
It all comes down to the dollar then. Will people pay? Because a lot of people say want to park but don't want to pay for it.
True.
Brody, are you confused?
Yeah, do you want me to do that? Do you want me to see if they can give us some definitive breaking points and maybe pricing?
We've asked for that. I mean, we've kind of arrived at that point a few times. Is can they give us something pretty solid? And
they don't.
We just don't have it.
Well, and I do think we need to wait to hear. I mean, do that on the side and then wait to hear what happens with the legislature.
It's not.
I would actually say do them at the same time because the legislature will be over by the time we have 2 meetings. So,
yeah,
that's basically what I said, but I said it in Russian.
That's why
we agree with you, Mike.
It wouldn't be too hard to find out what they actually do with that $1 billion.
Brody, let's approach it that way over the next 6 weeks.
Okay.
While the legislature's in session.
Okay.
Okay. Planning items. Noah, are you up?
I'm here.
Okay, and I'm going to try to keep us on schedule.
Okay. Item E1, Distant Serenade, preliminary final plat development agreement. So this is a small subdivision. It's located on 3000 West. It's been through Planning Commission. They recommend approval. The only thing that's a little bit different with this one is there's a development agreement that you'd be approving as well. It's to upsize a stormwater line from 15 inches to 36 inches so that it's more of a regional collection.
Yay!
No worries.
Questions?
Approved.
We good with that?
Move on.
Can we put that on the consent agenda?
Yeah.
Please.
Yep. In
Cassie,
fact, if we get to, go ahead.
Cassie, are you still with us?
She just
Yep, I heard that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
You say it.
Consent.
Okay. Item number 2.
Criddle Farms North Phase 5 final plat. So this is a continuation of Criddle Farms. Nothing new or crazy.
Yeah, no surprises. So can we just move? Yes.
Yes.
Good. Cassie,
Sorry to push you along, but I mean, some of these are like, we're already done.
Good job, David.
okay, Cassie, consent agenda number 2.
Yep.
Number 3.
Hey, we're cruising right along here.
Dave, what do you think? Consent on this next one?
So
No, we need the time back for this.
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure.
So item E3, this is one that we have received quite a bit of public comment. This is the general plan map amendment for the old RC Willey site. There's somebody who's purchased it. It's called Zion Homes, and they propose to build townhomes and single family. So Planning Commission held a public hearing on the 19th, last Tuesday, and there was a lot of good debate and good discussion about it. Some of the neighbors aren't very excited about the density. They eventually want to go for a PRD zoning, but of course this is the first step, and in the packet there's a concept plan. And Planning Commission is recommending a conditional approval. So they were a little bit, there's a lot of discussion about the north part of the subdivision where it faces, there's a road and a cul-de-sac, and the north half of the parking lot essentially has frontage on this cul-de-sac. And so their preference was, rather than what the concept plan shows is a row of townhomes, their recommendation is to remove those townhomes. I think there's 8 of them, and then replace that with single family lots. And then after they do that, they recommend, and this was the general comment was that they felt like maybe the mixture of single family to townhomes was a little heavy on the townhome side. So they recommended reducing 10% of
Just a
the
little,
townhomes. Yeah, so they, I don't know how much logic there was into 10%, but the general comment was that they just felt like there were too many. They weren't opposed, even a lot of the people that commented, they weren't opposed to the townhome use in and of itself, but yeah,
No,
that was their recommendation.
I have a question really quick. When it said that they wanted to remove those north facing, the 8 of them, as well as 10% decrease. So it looks like though that we're saying which would stand in place of the 10% decrease. Were they supposed to be as well as another 10% decrease?
That was
So
my question, Noah.
I went and reviewed the recording, and it's not entirely clear what they meant, but they did say to remove the 10%. They said that second is part of the motion. So I'm gonna guess that they're saying remove the top row of 8, and then times the remaining amount by 10%. Take that away.
What is
So
the amount then, I guess?
That would be like 9 more units, right? Or 10 more units.
Okay, so you guys want to do public math? Let's do some public math.
Was there 102 units or something?
Total proposed units is 142. 102 townhomes and 40 townhomes. So if you take 102, subtract 8, right?
Yeah,
and then
94 and then 9.4
times that by 10, and then subtract that from 94. So 94 minus 9.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
going to throw in a wrench here and say that 10% was kind of probably arbitrary and wasn't looking for an exact number.
It could have been.
Yeah, I mean, Dave, I think the comments were just like, yeah, there's just too many, maybe 10% less, or something like
so
that.
I'm not going to take that literally.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw it out there. I can't support this. This is right in the middle of well-established neighborhoods. It's
a lot.
You look at it. It's all single-family homes. We're just clopping these things down in the middle. I will not support this. I would need to see a lot more single-family, especially in and around the neighborhoods. And like you've got a beautiful cul-de-sac that you have to drive through a whole pile of townhomes to get to.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look like it's very well laid out. I won't support this.
So can you give me an idea of how many single family homes were in this?
40.
40 homes? And then
Can you guys see the plan on the screen?
Yeah, I can't read the numbers.
So
not hard.
If you see all of the squares that are I guess transparent, those are all single family.
Yeah,
those
and
that-
then the ones that are cul-de-sac and the ones on the top and the right.
Then,
What are the pink
then all of
squares?
these that are attached, those are all townhomes.
Okay.
So the pink square is just showing how much land area they're short on for common area. So if you notice the green, they're required to have 20% common area. They only have about 13. So that means that the remainder that they could either convert the pink area to open space, or what they would like to do, and they're proposing this, is to pay an in lieu fee. So it would either go towards Trailside Park or the name of it's
Linda
Or
Vista.
Because
Hey,
it's close by.
one other question. Can you tell me about how many townhomes are in the Stoker Gardens area?
I think Stoker Gardens is about 60.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this is bigger than Stoker Gardens. This is a pretty big site. They've actually acquired some land from the neighbors, the Halls, and also some land from Castle Creek. And they've worked with staff, quite a few revisions just to make sure that they meet the ordinance. But the overall legislative decision here is whether or not we want to change the general plan. Let me show you the general plan map right here. So currently the general plan is much more broad brushed than our zoning map. Of course, it doesn't have PRD on it. So you have low density, medium density, commercial, or the kind of the main general plan designations that you see here. The medium density you see kind of closer to the intersection, and keep in mind on 2000 West, you're going to have a freeway interchange. So the orange color is the medium density you see along the arterials and along the closer to the intersection, and then it kind of tapers away into the low density. So low density is like a R1, R2, R3. Medium density is kind of like a townhome PRD type thing. And then the red is where RC Willie used to be. There was even previous iterations of the general plan where we had that red as orange, just because we kind of thought that RC Willie's was in a weird place for a commercial location anyway. But because we didn't want to feel like we're shooing them out the door or anything, I think we knew the writing was on the wall, but we just wanted to keep that red on there just to say, yeah, we'll plan on you staying here as long as you're willing to. But obviously they're gone now. We have a development proposal. So this is a legislative item. You can, you can definitely say no if you don't think that this matches our general plan.
I don't.
Part of this already matches the general plan, the orange part. But they would see the blue boundary. They'd be proposing to change it from medium density, low density, and commercial to all medium density. And if it's a matter of their concept plan that you don't like, I think if your finding is that you want to make some changes, or I think that the applicant who's on the line here, by the way, I believe, would be happy to take your comments to try to, because you kind of get that gradient of towards the intersection and towards the freeway, and then towards the mid block as you start getting away, it becomes less dense. And you do see that in the concept plan a little bit, where along the arterials, they've located these townhome units. And these townhome units along the arterials would be a rear fed entry. So what you would see along Gordon and Bluff would be the fronts. That would prevent a lot of the backing onto the busy street, but also it'd have the nicer architecture along there. They also propose a trail that would come into the development off of our Bluff Road trail, a tot lot. And they also propose some sort of monument where RC Willie front door used to be. All that's shown is a little square and the word monument, so we don't really know what that's going to look like, but you know, I imagine some sort of plaque or something. They also have proposed some 3 pickleball courts, a dog park, you know, and some sidewalks and benches and stuff, and then kind of like an open play area. This area is the one that Planning Commission is recommending that they switch this to single family. They do have 70 feet between the townhome and the edge of the property there, so that's the trade-off. I mean, if you had a single family home that fronts on there, I guess it's part of your neighborhood a little bit more, or you have a pretty hefty buffer between the townhomes and the single family. But yeah, I guess the options are to ask them to reconfigure, or if you're just not interested, you know, that's your prerogative. But obviously this is a work session, so I'll turn the time over to you guys for discussion. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to help. And like I said, the applicant is on the line.
Well, so Noah, my question was, I think it came out of Planning Commission as well. Maybe you could speak a little bit to the idea that the smart planning, I guess, was to place the highest density among the major arterial routes, and the single family homes kind of buffering around most of the other existing single family homes, but as well as that kind of island in the middle. I think that was that essentially a recommendation from staff?
Well, if you look at our general plan, that's kind of the general strategy of locating the density along the major arterials. And you see that commonly with market trends of where they locate different types of housing. A lot of the single family homes just aren't built on busy arterial roads. A lot of times those become duplexes or or townhomes or something. And the busier the road, usually the more density you see next to it.
Which we see as well in that same area.
But we also see that Bluff is supposed to get greatly reduced in traffic as soon as the freeway goes in. Because it won't be a through street anymore.
Not here, because this is pre-roundabout.
Okay.
And that's the other thing, that if you're worried about traffic, you could ask for a traffic study.
I don't want to ask them to spend any more money because I really don't think this fits to put 102 units with only 40 residential lots in the middle of what is all residential lots. I think the balance is way off, not a little bit, way off.
See, I think this is salvageable, but I agree with the Planning Commission that cul-de-sac, you will have those guys there with picket fences if we just throw a
yeah.
So I would recommend to the builder, if you want to keep the people around you happy, I think I would recommend that cul-de-sac be set aside as some more single family homes to add into their community. And then, yep, right there. The other item I'd recommend is lot 17. I would put a one next to them too. That's not an existing home, but you're kind of mixing and matching over there. So right there, you got 99. I would recommend a single family there as well. And then the only other item is I'd like to see some way to, I kind of like these people down here in the cul-de-sac with the great size lots, it looks like.
Yeah.
They're going to be, so down at the bottom.
South, down at the bottom.
Lot 32, 33. Those are awesome lots, but you got to drive through the whole village to get to them. I mean, I don't know, but I like those lots there. So, like I say, I think this is salvageable. I think we're really close. I just think we need to try and make sure we're tying into existing community. I do think along Gordon there is probably some room for some of this, but whenever you can put in a home adjacent to a home of the same type, I think you'll get less pushback from the neighbors. And I like that.
It's for Gordon widening. Does that look like?
I think that's supposed to be a 66-foot right of way, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at our master transportation plan I have on our wall. on my wall here.
I can chime in. Gordon's already at its limits. There's no plans to widen it any further in our transportation master plan.
Thanks, Robert.
We'll decrease traffic on it because of the interchange. Okay.
The homes over it's 17 through 24. To me, that's a place that's kind of problematic because it's next to an existing home, and the whole mix and match thing kind of, I don't know. That to me was the area that I would take a second look at as well. That it's pretty close to the main entrance.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention too, so this homeowner here has some land that he desires to develop, and so we asked them to move the road to line up across the way with this development, so you don't have a staggered entrance. And we also asked him to skirt along his property there, so he would have frontage if he wanted to develop too.
Okay.
Which this guy has said he wanted to, develop, of course.
Well, I agree with Jordan that I think it's salvageable, but I think our numbers are pretty far off. I know there's a need for townhomes, but there's also a need for placating neighbors, and that whole area has been residential. And I know townhomes are residents, but there is a different dynamic to a townhome owner, especially if they're rentals. And we've already found really specific places. In my opinion, we've been pretty specific about where we would like more density. And I think we need to diminish the townhomes quite a bit here.
Do we, so the developer's on the line, right? Can we ask what the goal is for owner occupied or rental? Or do we know?
One thing, I just have to be fair. You can ask the owner, but historically, 5 years later, that always changes.
Well, anyone can rent their home.
Yeah, because even if an owner bought it, then they turn it into a rental. So.
Well, sure, that's true everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just a matter as if a company is going to be running the entire property as a group, or if they're going to be individually sold, is probably what we need to ask.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, this is being. I mean, if you look at all of these, this is being partitioned out so that you could sell them all individually. So all of these single family lots, of course, would be sold, and then each one of these townhomes would be partitioned off so that you could sell it. But so it's Blake Smithing or John Nilsson. I see them both on the line there. You can ask them whatever, that's their project. But yeah, I guess for example, Stoker Gardens, it was like this with the 68 units or whatever it was. And I know a lot of people bought them individually, and they had a HOA or have a HOA, but a lot of people held on to them as investment properties. And so a lot of them are rented out individually. And
Noah, let me offer the applicant an opportunity to address the council, and then what I would like to do is bring us back to the fact that we're looking at a general plan amendment as opposed to a concept plan. I want to bring us back to moving forward on that general plan amendment, what we need to do there.
And this is a little bit unique since they are going after the PRD.
Right now, their option is none of the above that are listed.
Right.
But the PRD requires that the general plan be approved simultaneously with the general plan. So
I think what you meant to say is that the concept plan is reviewed and you give input on the concept plan at the same time that the general plan is requested. Okay. It's not a vesting process, so it's not like they are vested in anything, but they get your input. So when they come back for a zoning, then they kind of know what you have in mind.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification. Those are important keywords that when you say approved, they start thinking vesting. But
if the goal here is to change the general plan and apply for a PRD, what I'd like to do is, in lieu of time, what I'd like us to do is hear from the applicant and then send this back to staff and the applicant to work out what they've heard the council's concerns are, and then bring it back to us.
Noah, do you want me to say something really quick? I'll be really fast.
Yes, John, go ahead.
Oh, Mayor. Okay, thank you. This is when we purchased this from R.C. Willey's not too long ago. We looked at this piece and we tried to fit it in what worked with Noah, and tried to fit it in what you currently have and navigate the city ordinances. And we've done a lot of talking about the design standards also for the units. The townhomes aren't going to be tall. They're just going to be a 2-level townhome. And the plans that are going on the single family lots are going to match kind of the design of the townhome. So it's going to be kind of, it's going to flow through and kind of match each other. And then on the grounds, there will be an HOA to take care of all the common areas and open spaces. And so that's something that we're currently working on and working with staff to see what the design standards. Syracuse has kind of a unique, their ordinance, they're very detailed, and trying to navigate those is what we're trying to do on this parcel to meet the current city ordinances and the zoning on those. So that's what we're trying to do. And addressing the concern of townhomes next to residential, I think, there is that area on the north parking lot where at the meeting last week, some of the residents were concerned about having a little bit more open space or residential next to there. So we can work through those and hopefully we can address all the needs of the residents. Mayor, I have had quite a few people. I live in Syracuse over by 700 South. And I used to live just up the street from our Willey's here in Walnut Grove. And so I know some of the residents that live there. And I've actually had some really good comments about what's going in there, the need for some affordable housing. Now, these townhomes, unfortunately, the way costs are, townhomes aren't cheap anymore either. They're very expensive with the way lumber costs are going, and a lot of the costs are going. So I've had actually some really good input on what I'm trying to do, some of the people that I've talked to that I know around that area. So I have had some, it's not all been negative. I've had some good conversations, and traffic is another one. I think talking with R.C. Willey's, traffic is actually, this is just my opinion, but is going to be less without the semis, without the people coming to shopping at R.C. Willey's. I think we're going to have less traffic, especially during the day and even into the evening. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's my 2 spills there. Thanks.
Hey, John, just that one question in regards to whether the townhomes are already planned to be rented or sold, or?
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't address that. So everything,
no, it's okay.
Everything here is going to be for sale. And so there will be an HOA to take care of all the common areas, but everything will be for sale. They're not going to be marketed as rentals or anything. So I think, like Noah said, it's hard to, even on single family homes, you can't really, if someone wants to rent their home, I don't know how to stop that or not, but everything's going to be a separate tax ID number and for sale.
Thank you.
Okay,
so, sorry, really quick. Does that mean the upkeep on the front of the townhomes, would that be considered a common area, or is that an individual space?
Yes, the plan right now is to have an HOA take care of all common areas, including the front of the homes, the grass, snow removal, and also the parks. That's something I had some input on. Because this isn't be an HOA, that open space, of course, is going to be maintained by the HOA. And so I thought, living in Syracuse, sometimes if in lieu of, it might be a good idea because this will be the HOA, probably a gate code to get into the pickleball courts, whatever, for the residents that live there. If you have that in lieu of program in the city, that's a good option because you can put money towards the public parks from this project. And so I think that's a good idea if the city needs some funds to add something to another park, if we already have enough open space in this one, or if we're meeting the ordinance on the density, then we can use those. You can use those funds on a public park instead of this private type open space. So I think it's a great idea personally.
Council, I'm going to intercede here and have everybody understand that this is effectively in a first read. This is the first time the council has seen this. It's been good for Noah, staff, and for John to hear what the council's concerns were. What I'd like you to do, John, is to go back with Noah and see what you heard from the council. Together, we can piece together something that would be more to your liking, more to the council's liking, and some kind of a compromise. So I'm going to move us on tonight to keep other issues before us. So thank you, John. Appreciate that. Let's move to item 4, discussion, potential amendment regarding on-street parking.
Just so I heard that right, Mayor, that last item is tabled for the next work session.
Yes. But John and you are going to work together and come back with some compromises from both staff and from, you've heard what the council's concerns were about the changes that they would make. Okay?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm not sure that you see Greg Brustad's hand is raised. I don't know if you want to acknowledge him or just to address that.
I didn't see his hand. Okay.
Would that be would that be for public comment at the end, or do you want to do it now?
We don't have public comment at the end. Greg, can you tell me a little bit about what you would like to address?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My question was on the parking with those townhomes on Gordon and on Bluff. If I heard correctly, that those would be the front of the homes that would be facing the streets. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct? If that's the case, we're going to a parking situation where those townhomes, I did not see any overflow parking. You're going to have townhomes with individuals parking cars on Gordon and Bluff Ridge because there's not enough parking in those townhomes. At least it looks like from the map.
Okay. Thank you for your input.
You're welcome. Thank
Noah,
you.
would you just make sure, did you understand that?
Yeah, do you want me to answer the question?
No, I just want to make sure you heard it and that you've got. Okay, let's talk about on-street parking.
Okay, I think, is this going to be Robert for the majority of it? I kind of tried piggybacking onto the item with the Ninigret issue that we're having that's also on-street parking, but with semi-trucks.
Okay.
But I think maybe either Brody or Robert.
No, let's have Paul kind of go through those options that he provided them in the memo for the council.
All right. Thank you, Brody. I think I knew that was Paul, but for some reason thought it was Paul. It was.
In fairness, I write many staff reports that I don't present on, so it's all good. Okay, so yeah, as you heard at the beginning of the meeting, we have some concerned residents. We met with them. They've provided photographs and things, and yeah, there are a large number of cars parked on the road from one particular residence, and that's largely where this memo is addressing. Piggybacking on that, as Noah mentioned, is in the Ninigret area, you've got some large semi trucks that are parking up and down the road constantly, and it's interfering with those businesses there. So I'm not going to go through the memo line by line, but I've identified potential parking enforcement options. Obviously, one option is always to just leave it as is, but if you wanted to change things, there are several, and I also tried to list out the pros and cons that I could see in those. So that's prohibiting parking on the roads during the winter months. That's very common. Pretty much all of our neighbors have a winter parking ordinance where it's just a blanket from this date to this date, no parking on the roads. In our city, we talked about doing that, I think maybe a year, maybe 2 years ago, I recall. And the council said that they really thought, we don't have that many storms, and it's a convenience that we wanted to offer our citizens. If you've changed your mind on that, you could always do that. Next, we've got, prohibit parking on the roads for more than a certain amount of time. So, 24 hours or 48 hours. That's another option that you could do. Of course, one of the cons there is that it requires enforcement to go out there and kind of like mark the tires or do things like that to make sure that it's, they're actually parking it there and they're not just parking it there like, during the day and then they leave at night. You've got hours restrictions where you could say no overnight parking. That would be one way to do it. That prevent people from using it all night. It would just be, daytime guests and people could do it. And then at a certain point, the roads need to be cleared. You could have permit only areas. We have currently one of those just south of the high school. It makes a lot of sense from a policy standpoint that, the high school has a lot of daytime traffic and it's a large influx and they will flood those streets if you don't have the permits. But that is an option. You could create permit areas anywhere you want. Another concern that they've raised is, that these vehicles are parking right, bumper to bumper, and that's difficult to see through for the drivers and for children and things. So we could adopt a restriction that says you're not allowed to park closer than 3 feet or something like that, or 2 feet or 4 feet between vehicles, and that could be a citywide ordinance. Another one is you could restrict parking in front of other people's homes. I don't know that any city has done that, but we could explore that if that's something you'd like to look into. That could be difficult if you're having a party or if you're having guests come over. It could lead to issues. Another one is limitation on the number of vehicles from one household. Again, I don't know that any cities have done this before. We would have to explore and see whether that's even something that is possible.
Paul,
And
can
then,
I ask a question
yeah.
about that?
Mhm.
Didn't we already address that 4 years ago when we had the issue of multiple non-working cars? How does the app? Because we said we could only have more than one non-working vehicle per driver. So how does that apply to this? Because that's in another part of our statutes.
Do all of these cars work?
I don't know. It sounds like maybe one or two of them weren't working, but for the most part, it sounds like these are vehicles that are being driven.
Wow.
But still, you can't have more vehicles than you have driver with the limitation. I mean, we said you could only have like 2 vehicles per driver.
That was for inoperable, like project vehicles.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that would apply here. So I don't know how many drivers they have in the home, but if they're driving 8 vehicles, they could potentially have up to 8 project vehicles, potentially. But yeah, that didn't apply to cars that were operable. That was just for inoperable vehicles. And then the last enforcement option is we can always rev curb any area we want. We can, it's for fire safety or it's for visibility. You could rev curb, a little space so that there's a little bit of space between vehicles where they can park. All those options are out there. There are likely other options as well. But those are the things, and so it's really up to you to decide, what's the appropriate response here. And with that, I will leave it to your discussion.
Seth?
Yeah, so I was I was reading some emails because I think there must be, I don't know if there's an issue with public comment, but I've had several people now email me. I don't know if you guys are getting some right now, but I've had some emails come in about their concerns on the parking issue and wanting to weigh in on that, and just that they see this is the same issue in their neighborhoods and such. I actually I'm very close friends with the homeowner just on the south of Syracuse High School. And he asked me for kind of advice a few years ago when the concern was that the students were parking in his newly built Nilsson home. And they brought it forth to the city. I understand that situation is slightly different there, but yeah, I think we do need to come up with some solution. I don't know what would be the most amenable solution, because I do not, and I think the neighbors don't want, just overarching major legislation from us to come out to, change the entire statutes and ordinances just for the sake of that. But I guess some of my questions, and I think the individual, Mr. Sterling, who brought it forward, said he'd be happy to weigh in on the operability of the vehicles and such. But also, I guess my other question was, their proposed recommendation for a winter ordinance. I don't know that it necessarily resolves the issue when the cars are parking there consistently. And so I just don't know how well that is a solution, I guess. But I wanted, their feedback. They did mention that, kids are out and about just as often there, if not more, in spring and summer and fall. So yeah, I know we need to get a solution for it. I just don't know what's the best. You guys have more experience and have seen this a few times, so guide us.
So if I could bring forward some of the past discussion just to bring everybody else up to speed. One of the things that we did talk about in a winter ordinance was the fact that if you force people not to park on the street for 6 months out of the year, it maybe breaks the habit. People will still do it over the summer, but at least they can't do it year round. So that was part of the discussion. I'm not sure if that's the solution. I'm just throwing it out there that was. Now, we kind of came to the conclusion that with so few winter storms the last few years, we didn't want to say that people couldn't park on the street ever. And I think that's where we rolled back this ordinance and are a little more lenient than other cities have been. I do recall that the hope was that people would govern themselves, but apparently some people just never will. So we have to deal with respecting other people's rights, because the homeowners around people who won't respect their neighbors, that's why we have code enforcement. I had somebody call me today about code enforcement on something else, and they said, why don't you just get rid of code enforcement? I said, well, that all works until your neighbor is the one that refuses to comply with things that affect your property values. And he kind of backed off of that, get rid of code enforcement. So just regarding this in the past, we also talked about putting a time limit on it, as Paul mentioned, a 24-hour limit. It's just really hard to enforce, because now you have to have some way to say that car didn't move in 24 hours or 48 hours.
The only thing is, though, Dave, I think that one, the 24/48, I think might be a good option, because then it can be used in known problematic areas, and they don't necessarily have to be canvassing the entire city, but, kind of like, hey, this is a problem area. We're going to take a look at this one. I
agree with you. And if somebody, because our code enforcement is so much based on reporting, if somebody reports a problem, they can check that problem area regularly.
Right.
So I do agree with that.
It sounds like in this particular instance, though, they are moving them for a short period of time every day. And so I don't know that would help. Like they
are
come
they?
That's from what I understand, there are a lot of drivers.
So there's a lot of people living in this one home.
Mm-hmm. And they're constantly parked there. It's not to say that they are gone most of the day. It's just that they are moving. So I don't know that any kind of.
So
well, the only thing is, though, is that when if you are coming and going all the time, how do you do that bumper to bumper? Because
I think they're parking in front of their neighbors. I don't think the bumper to bumper is the biggest issue. I think it's that they're parking in front of all their neighbors' homes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least in front of everyone's home.
I recommend actually a combination of 3 of these. I've been thinking a lot about this. So ordinances are tools in your tool belt to help resolve sticky situations. You don't have to go around and check every single car in the city every 24 to 48 hours. So my recommendation is, this is something where I grew up. They had no overnight parking during winter months, because when it snows, the snowplows are out early. And so I would be willing to support no overnight parking during winter months. And that way you still get the benefit of being able to go visit your friend even in the winter and to park on the street unless the snow is actively falling. I'd recommend we do no overnight parking during winter months. And I think it was like November 15th to like March 15th or something, like maybe it was only February 15th, but something like that. I think you do add in a 24 to 48 hour, probably a 48-hour timeline, so that if there are people are parking cars on the road and just leaving them there, this could also help you find abandoned vehicles faster.
Yeah.
So neighbors could complain, or stolen vehicles. And I do think you put in some verbiage that says, now admittedly, I want to make it sure this is clear. The road in front of the street does belong to the city. In fact, the whole curb belongs to the city. So, but I am willing to say that the car associated with the home should be parked in front of the home. I know that presents a sticky situation at cul-de-sacs, but I'm okay putting some verbiage in that parking should be restricted to property boundaries.
I can't do that one because
That's okay. I'm just saying those are the three things I recommend. And the thing is, again, we're not going to be enforcing this. We're not going to go, but excuse me, does this car belong to your house?
Well,
but if there is an issue, you now have a tool to deal with it.
Okay, we're big on consistency, so let me throw out this. Remember when we dealt with the residential employment, and we said that you have to be able to park on the property, not on the street. So if we apply that to homeowners and say that you have to be able to park either in the garage or on the driveway, if you are, and which would, agree with no overnight parking on the street, because that would limit your ability. So I guess they could, if they have that many vehicles and that many drivers, they could add driveway, but they would have to keep it off the street.
Yeah, that's what my neighbor did. My neighbor actually poured the RV pad and they painted diagonal lines on the RV pad. And because they have 3 or 4 drivers and their kids had a parking stall on the RV pad.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about what happens when people have events and a lot of people come, but if we have it be the evening hours, overnight, that resolves it because events are over and people, and if you have good relationships with your neighbors and you are seldom doing that, then it isn't an issue. So yeah.
I can do the overnight one, but doing it just, that only the people in your property can, or that live there can do that. That doesn't work for me. For instance, we had 2 children move back home during COVID. And so, but everything that they had different addresses on them. So they, because they knew it was going to be temporary, but they were living at home because, hey, I'm working from home and all of my roommates have moved out and I don't want to pay all the rent myself, stuff like that. So
were they parking in front of your neighbor's house?
No, they weren't. But at the same time, I'm just saying that people can only park in front of a property that doesn't belong to them. Or can't park in front of another home. The road doesn't belong to them. So
I agree. I made that statement up front.
Yeah.
So and how would that work in multifamily? Yeah, I think that'd be a little tough.
Yeah. Doesn't work on that one, but I do like the overnight one. I'm good with that.
Well, maybe it's with permission then, rather than belongs to them, rather than the residents belonging. And I think though, if it's an overnight issue, once again, probably resolves itself.
If we do overnight, then it resolves itself. But if you do with permission, you have to govern that, and I don't think we
follow it.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm okay if we just do the no parking overnight during winter months. And I do think you ought to put a stipulation on there for the 24, 48 hours. I would say 48 hours. And if a car is left there for over 48 hours, that the neighbor can make a complaint. You go, at that point, you would mark the tire or however you want to check that, take a picture, and you can enforce it on a complaint basis.
I'm good with that one. I do like restricting the winter months to when we're more likely to get snowfall, because we usually don't see it before Thanksgiving, though, significant enough for plowing. So I don't know if we can limit that as much as possible.
So you want to do December 1st to March 1st, something like that?
I think you're safer to do November 15th. So you're just before Thanksgiving for overnight.
Probably would work.
Yeah,
that's what we did.
There's sometimes you get those Thanksgiving storms at the tail end of November. So.
Yeah, it's at the very end usually, though. Yeah. It's usually nothing sticking before then.
But
and then obviously you keep the restriction that anytime snow is falling, you can't do it anymore.
Right. Anytime there's active snow, there's no street or parking on the street.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm good with that.
So we seem to.
Can we go till end of February? Because March, I think.
We don't set up our trampoline until my wife's birthday, which is at the end of March, because every time I set the trampoline in March, it gets covered in snow. So we have a family rule.
So
No, we're not setting it up until April 1st.
No fun, Jordan.
I think we should
He's become
enforce
meteorologist here.
So,
Sorry, Lisa.
I was just saying, I think we should enforce actual snowstorms and say you may not come after March 1st.
Oh, there you go. No doing it out there.
We seem to have consensus on no overnight parking during winter months. Winter is, I've heard November 15th. Can you all agree with that one?
We can agree at the start, yeah.
I think
How about the Ides of March? How about the 15th of March?
I'll go along with the Ides of March.
I could go with that.
Okay.
that would work better.
And then
Okay.
everyone's okay with the 48 hours?
And then I like
Yeah, I was going to ask about the 48 hours thing. Is that
48
also-
hours for complaints.
and that's on all roads in the city?
Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the overnight is with all roads in the city too, isn't it? So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Has
did
to be-
think.
so that kind of takes care of the same. If you can't park overnight, then 48 hours is kind of redundant, isn't it?
Well, the 48 hours would apply
That
year
would be
round.
during summertime.
Year round.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Paul, do you have what you need?
I do. I don't think Noah has what he needs. There was the Ninigret question with additional restrictions on heavy vehicles and
Yeah.
parking and those things.
Doesn't
So-
this take care of it though? If they
Doesn't-
can't park on,
Except for,
They only park overnight.
what about our trailer ordinance? Doesn't that, I mean, if we play something really similar to the heavy vehicles? That like we have for trailers?
But the trailer is only is 24 hours too.
Right.
And so
It's also
they're only
limited to
parking for
residential
8
zones.
hours.
If you guys look in the packet, there's a particular part of the ordinance that regulates heavy trailers. And it specifically says in residential zones. And so the tools are kind of already there. And so I went through and marked it up and just said, if we can make this applicable to other areas, we would have the tools to enforce that.
the real question is that, does this do any damage to our existing businesses? And I'm not trying to, I just want to be clear that, because I totally think that they should never be parking on streets like 1000, and I know they do. But if they were to park in like the cold storage parking lot, I don't have a problem with that because it's a parking lot and it's not Main Street traffic.
Yeah, so there's kind of two dividing categories. There's the 2-hour parking and then there's the 24-hour parking. If you have a big truck and you're waiting to get unloaded or whatever, you know, you're making a delivery, you can park 2 hours, right? But if you're, you know, say you've got like a moving van or something and you're moving in to your new house, you can park there on the street for 24 hours.
Well, moving vans are a little
They're a little bit
When I
less,
moved to
but
this city, I got a warning the day I moved to this city saying my trailer had been on the street for too long because I was still moving in.
It was you.
It took you longer than 24 hours? Come on.
But you were in a residential area too. So like really we're trying to expand this into areas like our business parks where we're trying to get tenants, and we have some businesses that, you know, we have a tumbling place that there's a lot of cars in and out, and then the streets are lined by these semi-truck trailers. We have one trailer that's just been unhooked that's just sitting there and it's like melting into the pavement.
See, that's illegal, isn't it?
That should
that's already illegal, but
It's a
yeah,
trailer.
so we don't need to worry about changing the code for that.
right, but they leave them hooked up too, and they just sit there, and so that I
should
guess
be
that's
covered
your
by the 24
legislative
hour.
decision. I guess that's your legislative decision to decide if you guys think that's a problem. If you guys don't think that's a problem, we don't need to go down this road.
Well, everything you've just described, the big ones, are covered by the 24 to 48 hour, whatever it is, no parking a trailer on the road.
No, they're not, because that applies to residential areas only.
Not
We would
commercial.
have to make his recommendations to remove the residential zones language out of the ordinance to
So that it applies
accomplish
to
that.
all zones.
Yeah.
Which
but I think
I'm
what you're
okay
trying
with.
what
Okay.
you're trying to do is get rid of people being able to even park overnight at all, right?
Nope.
So you're okay with overnight. You're just not okay with them leaving them in
48 hours or more.
So if you have a giant truck, I want to be able to send code enforcement out if you're parking on the street for long periods of time.
Okay.
Meaning 48
What is
hours
long
or
period of
more,
time?
right?
2 hours of time or more?
Agreed, Seth.
2
48
hours.
hours.
2 hours?
Yeah.
2 hours or more is what he's saying.
But that's, if you guys think that's just what was in ordinance already for the residential area, if you wanted
wait.
to extend that.
But then the residential area for moving trucks, is that one okay for 24 hours? Because you can't get everything out in 2 hours. There's no way,
Here,
I'm
let
a
me
violator.
share my screen. I think this will make better sense.
You're a violator.
I am.
So here's the packet. Currently,
I read it, and
says
apparently we didn't understand it.
it's confusing. Yeah. So moving trucks, 24 hours. Giant semi trucks, 2 hours.
I see.
So we'd be just changing that to apply to all
Change
of our
the
trucks.
weight.
And then the reason why I changed this down is because that's the weight
Yeah.
for a commercial driver. So if you have a
Yeah.
commercial truck, you're gonna have a CDL over that weight limit.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But
So
does
you
that
could
cover
have-
a trailer by itself? Do we have to put some kind of ordinance that says an unattended trailer?
I thought we had one for
we
trailers.
already have that in there.
Okay. All right.
Good question.
Oh, that's
though.
good thought.
I like it.
Yeah.
Parking trailers. Good.
Yeah. So yeah, trailers using the course of
removing-
business.
The residential zone. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, hey, we already have these rules in place for residential zone. Maybe we need to have it in commercial zone. I
Well,
think,
let's give it a try. See if it works.
I mean, that's what I think. And then as far as the parking, just my 2 cents while I've got your attention. I have neighbors who park in front of my house for parties and things. It doesn't bother me. And I've traveled a lot and I've seen a lot of other city ordinances. On-street parking on public streets is widely used, and they're public streets for a reason. But having said that, if my neighbor parked in front of my house every night, I think I would be annoyed too. Just saying.
Thanks for your comments.
Can I get a clarification, Noah? So when they talked about previously on this item, when they talked about no overnight parking November 15th through March 15th, that also applies in these industrial areas, correct?
Yeah. I don't know exactly where it's being inserted in the ordinance, but depending on which section it's inserted, I'd have to read to see whether or not it applies. But if it was, assuming it's a blanket for all roads.
A question though, what if you are moving in during the winter time? I mean, it happens.
Well, that's where I think Paul's got to take your input and decide how that gets put in there. But yeah, if you
I
guys
think
want.
that we have some. I mean, the worst thing we do on the first is write a warning, right? We don't like ticket people on the first.
Yeah.
We talk to them. So.
But if it's obviously a moving van, this is not a perpetual problem. So let's
Right, and that's
not
not
write
something-
them a ticket.
Yeah, I agree.
You would think that, wouldn't you?
You must have made him angry, Jordan.
You're the wrong place at the wrong time, Jordan.
Jeez, thank you for living close to City Hall.
Being familiar with the code enforcement cases, I know that the majority of them are repeat offenders where people will
Right.
leave, like
Do
you were
people
saying,
making it
it's
bad
a tool in our tool belt, and when it becomes a problem and neighbors are complaining, that's usually when we respond.
I will say that there is a small chance when we are actively plowing during a snowstorm, if somebody has their moving van out front. and we've already issued warnings ahead of time. They just might be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes.
And we try to work with people. There may be, a slight chance that might happen.
Bless them for trying to move during a snowstorm. Horrible.
Add injury to insult there. You're
Yep.
already trying to.
Your furniture's gonna be a mess. No thanks.
Okay,
Okay.
council, I'm going to move us on. I think we've got what we need.
Good.
Okay, let's review Syracuse City Code, section 810-090 pertaining to irrigation water. Is that Noah or is that Robert?
That's me and Lisa too, right?
And Lisa, yeah.
Well, I asked to have it put on there. Mhm.
Oh, I'll do it for you, Lisa.
Okay, so there's kind of two issues. Issue number one, we have a what's called a plat amendment. Basically, we have this guy who wants to buy the land behind him and add it to his own yard, and so he essentially makes his lot, doubles the size of his lot or whatever. Our ordinance requires that water rights are conveyed to the city for that extra land, because that would increase the water usage, right? So where it gets a little bit confusing is in our ordinance, it says that there's an exception. So it's 3 acre feet per acre. But then it goes on, it says, unless, and this is where I'll highlight right here, it says, unless you build a pond or have wetlands, or the city, it also says the city council can waive the conveyance of water rights if the developer presents clear and convincing evidence that water rights were previously given to the city, the secondary water system is already serving a currently landscaped lot, and this proposed subdivision will decrease the current burden on the city's secondary system. So these are these are not ors, so I think you have to have.
But in this case, it's not being met.
Yeah, right. So this guy just basically said, I don't want to give water rights. It's going to be expensive. So number one, we've looked through the records. We don't have any water right that are for the land that he wants to add. So number one, no.
So it decreases the value of his property is really what it does.
Well, it increases the burden on the city because we didn't get water shares for that.
Well, what I'm trying to say though, like for instance, if you're trying to sell a house with a crappy roof, you just decrease the sale price of your house by X amount of dollars, right? It's like trying to sell this plot of land without water rights. You just decrease the value of that sale price of that land so that the purchaser can get the roof fixed for the water rights, is what I'm saying.
Probably, if the guy with the big backyard's trying to sell to the other guy that wants the bigger backyard,
right?
And he knows that the new guy's gonna have to buy water, yeah, that he'll probably have to reduce the price of his land, or I don't know. I guess
so
that's
that the other guy can get the water rights.
Yeah. Number two, secondary water system is already serving a currently landscaped lot. Yes, I think that they do have it. So I went into the details. They have 1.77 acres. You're not supposed to water more than an acre. So I think they kind of have this backyard area. And I think maybe his name's Steven Sharp. He might be on the call. So you might.
I am on the call. I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
So I think the land that he's buying probably started out as an acre, but then they had this kind of pasture area in the back. And, at least looking on aerial, it looks like it's pretty green, and it looks like they have a few sprinklers that go back there. So a pasture area probably doesn't use as much water as like a full-blown backyard if they're just keeping it green during the summer. And then number three, the proposed subdivision will decrease the current burden on the secondary water system. I think, if the guy gets some of that land from his neighbor and then eventually turns it into his backyard, and he'll probably have grass, or even if he promises not to do that, how are we going to really enforce that? So, I would
never know what the next person will do.
So yeah, if he moves, or
you never legislate for the current owner.
Yeah, so I think 1 and 3 don't meet that. But you know, that's issue number one. Do you guys want to issue a waiver for this guy, or do you want to make him give water with his little plat amendment?
So I'm just going to throw this out there. I nothing to do with the person, but how do we apply this to people equally? So we've given we have 3 conditions, and they're and conditions. And so somebody before us said, these are the reasons that you could have an exception. If we go beyond that, how are we being equal to other people who also don't meet these conditions? Or I'm just trying to say, we have to be equal.
And we can't even do it without changing ordinance, right? I mean,
Right.
because we can't waive it unless those conditions.
That's the other option, is you could change the ordinance, but
we have I know of another person that lives near me who's trying to do the same thing. He bought land. He had to go out and buy water shares, and we made him do it.
Yep.
And I kind of feel like as a city, you can never say that we're going to go without water, because that's just an essential part.
Can I kind of explain the situation of the situation is that it's the gentleman that owns the property now has lived there for over 30 years and never received water rights on the property. It is completely landlocked. So it's not something that we're looking to go develop and put a road in and build houses on. Matter of fact, I mean, the only reason we're looking at the whole piece is because, you know, it's obviously directly behind our house. And, you know, we have a swimming pool in our backyard. And we looked at putting a pool house in. Other than that, I mean, I've got one neighbor that's interested in a parcel of it as well. And this, we went and had it surveyed to, you know, before all this started, talked with Noah and Royce, and this didn't come up till after the survey. I actually asked him if he had water rights, and he said, no, I'd never received any when I purchased the land 30 plus years ago. So it's basically just a piece of property that is sitting there that's useless. So I guess my point is that with nothing else on there, and again, I mean, the pool house would be right directly behind my house. That's our only plan. Maybe down the road put a shop back there, but it seemed like everything was based around landscaped property. Other than that, I mean, I don't need all the property, but I'm just, you know, it's kind of a situation where we offered to buy it when we first moved in the home, and he didn't want to sell it. And unfortunately, he's come down with stage 4 cancer, and he's wanting to put, you know, some money away for his family. And so we kind of went down the road, maybe put the cart before the horse. And so in this time frame, I've actually been out even looking for water shares. You're saying possibly a half a water share for it. And I have been unsuccessful on finding anyone that wants to sell a half a water share. And I have no plans to landscape the whole property. And anyway, that's my story, I guess.
Well, and my understanding too is that we don't accept anything less than 3 acre water shares. Isn't that correct, Noah?
Yeah.
So the water company that services this area is Davis and Weber, and there's 3 acre feet of water per half of a share. So 6 acre feet per full share. So he would have to, I mean, that's just the denomination that the minimum that they sell at a time. So he could buy a full share, and then obviously there's a market for it. He could sell the other half share. Or maybe the city would buy the other half or something, because we need water for the park anyway. But I know that, I mean, we already told him that he has to provide water, but we said, yeah, you're welcome to talk with city council if they think that you would qualify for this waiver, or if they wanted to change the ordinance. And so that's why it got on the agenda.
You know, my only thing is I don't know how we treat this guy different than the last guy that applied.
Yep, I agree.
It makes it really sticky for the future, because we're going to have more and more of these odd parcels happen as we sell out.
Yeah, we just can't afford to where we used every drop of water we had last year.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to get more. I don't know how I could grant a waiver, especially because once you do it, you set a precedent.
Mhm.
I feel for you, Mr. Sharp, but I just can't in good conscience do this when I know that we've made every other person that's come in and tried to do something similar to actually go and get the share.
I do agree with the ability to purchase and or sell property, and being able to divest or purchase, it's one of our rights as citizens, but unfortunately the water in Utah has to go with it.
So what about if we were to make it so that he doesn't have to pay for it? I mean, if he has to provide and buy such a large piece when he's actually not going to use that much water, can we take it to the actual amount that he needs to buy and then let him? So if he can only buy a certain amount,
right?
And like Noah said, that maybe he can sell the rest of what he doesn't need if we'll just accept what he's actually going to use.
So we have the second part of that ordinance that says you can do the in lieu of fee that covers that in lieu of water shares, and I think this is an excellent use for that in lieu of fee.
Didn't we establish a water bank for the city that we would buy water shares, and if we had excess, you could buy from that bank?
If he buys a full share and wants to sell 3/4 of it or however much is needed, then I would totally jump on that.
Yeah, so that's
would
one
totally
option.
buy it.
He could buy a full share and we could buy the rest of it and just kind of
Then he buys what's
proportionally split
appropriate.
it. Or
So
he could buy a half of a share and then do the in lieu fee for the rest of the 0.3.
Except he said that there's nobody out selling a half share. So
Yeah, that's a problem.
Is there somebody selling a full share?
I talked to my brother, and they might have something. My brother's Brad Wilson, and he's looking into it for me now. But it's so far I've called Davis and Weaver. They gave me one person that had some for sale. I've called them 3 times, no call back. I went on KSL. I've called 3 people there, no call back. So I think it's the fact that, when I go, hey, I'm just looking for a half a share, that nobody's willing to break a half off. So
maybe you could go looking for a full share, then be the person that sells the half somewhere else.
To us?
Yeah.
If we could work something out like that, it's they're going for like 36 grand. It's
Yeah, and the city though would be very willing to buy that half share.
Okay,
We can't commit to that, but we think we would.
I'm not trying to break the rules, but the rules are impossible right now.
We have committed as a city that if there was a share open, that we would get it. So
it's not good for budgeting, is all I'm saying.
Okay, that's fair, but you know what I mean.
And like I said, it's sitting there now with 0 shares on it.
There's no bad purchase of water shares, in my opinion, because it's only going to go up.
Yeah, we have money budgeted for that to buy water shares, so we could buy the excess.
Okay.
Good to know.
I think we're to a point that we're not at an impasse. There is a way out.
Yeah.
Let's leave that with Mr. Sharp to work that out and bring that back to us.
So thanks, guys. So the second issue is sometimes there's a small project that's less than a half of an acre that would require less than that half share of water. And in order to do the in lieu fee, you have to provide half of the water available. So that's impossible to buy a quarter share of water. So I had a small kind of proposed ordinance amendment that would add, I guess, a way for these small projects to be eligible to pay for the in lieu. So it would say, so right here it says exceptions for residential subdivisions. The city engineer may accept reduced water rights, water shares, or payment of a fee in lieu of dedication for residential subdivisions in the following circumstances. So I'm proposing to say, when the required water for a project equates to less than the smallest available share certificate amount. So
I
right
don't
now,
like that, because what happens if they change the smallest amount and that puts us in a position? I mean, what if down the road they say we're not going to sell anything less than 3 shares? Or I mean, then what? Everything that needs less than 3 shares, we could just take money? Because we've faced this before with the what is it, Class C water shares, and they're more expensive. You have to pay perpetually on them. So again, that's a problem. So if they're original water shares, of course we want those, but they're hard to come by. So
yeah, so it's all the ineligible shares are already covered in the ordinance, saying that they have to actually be delivering water.
yeah, I don't want to.
But if you wanted to
share,
put amount, you could.
Should we just say half a share, smaller than half a share?
Yeah.
Would that accomplish it?
This just opens
that
it.
protects against what I just said, which I'm just thinking that through.
Yeah, so it'd say when the water required for a project equates to less than
half a
the
share.
smallest available share certificate amount from the eligible water company, the developer may be eligible to pay the in lieu fee rather than round up if he so chooses, and approval is granted by the city engineer. So for example,
I'm okay with this as written.
Okay, yeah, for example, you have a half acre project, and let's say, yeah, so half acre project, you're required to give 3 acre feet of water, which is equivalent to half of a share. And you can't, you want to do the in lieu, but you can't, because you can't find a
half share.
You can't find even a quarter share to qualify for it. So that makes sense.
I'm really worried that if we open this door, we're going to get a lot of developments without water and just money, and the money isn't going to work out to be the water that we have to have.
How many lots do we think are in this situation, though? Half acre lots.
That's a good question.
I just want to know how big of a problem this really is, because I don't think there's that many, because all the developments have water rights. I think that there's probably onesie-twosies along here that this really affects. And
yeah,
I think this is as big a problem as it really.
So we're not voting tonight. So can you come up with something that kind of gives us an idea of how often this could be addressed?
The last time it came up, I remember it was I think it was Zog Meadows or something, where it came out to be a small percentage, and so you either make them round up, or in certain parts of the city, we only accept Davis and Weber. But Layton Canal, they're 1 acre foot per share, so it's easier to get precise with that. But with Davis and Weber, it creates a problem sometimes. But now that we have the in lieu fee, they could qualify to. They just have to provide half of the required water. This is only for a half acre project.
Yeah, this is teeny tiny little half a lots or something like that. So
honestly, I just wanted to address it because I've seen it kind of with some inquiries of people wanting to do infill projects. And if we have more of these people wanting to enlarge their backyard with their neighbors buying a little bit, doing a plat amendment, we're probably going to run into this again. But if you guys don't want to deal with it right now, it's really not that big of a deal, to be honest.
I guess my point is, if it's like Jordan says, and maybe once or twice we use this, I wouldn't be against it. But I'm worried that, like other things, it could be, well, we could do this 40 or 50 times.
What if we
that really adds up?
There's not that many projects that are a half of an acre or less.
Then if there's not that many, do we really need to put this in ordinance?
That's
a good question too.
I mean, it just means that there might be somebody out there that has to round up to a half a share, and that could cost them an extra $18,000.
I mean, we just said that we'd buy the other half share, so maybe we work it out that way. But we still get water is my point.
Yeah, even at 3/4, we'll buy the other quarter.
Yeah, because water, you just can't say no to water.
Agreed.
Yeah, we could always just buy the rest for ourselves, but we don't always have it budgeted for. But right now we do, so it's not a big
But
deal.
I would prefer a policy that we buy the remaining part of the share than a policy that says we'll just let you give us money, because by the time we find a share, that might not be enough money to even cover what the in lieu of fee was.
I agree with that. I think it's like anything. We just keep escalating cost.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Council, let's move on. Okay, item 6.
All right, we're moving along. Proposed office retail storage project. So we've seen this before. I think maybe if I can pull up the sketch plan might describe it better.
Yeah.
So remember, we want some cross access because we're worried about this intersection and connection to this future development. So this would tie that down and get this built soon. And then we also would be helping out with some underground utilities that would hopefully spur development sooner than later. So right now they're ready to do this building number 1, storage units. It's not really that exciting, but it's another building. But when they build this, they would build all of this kind of ahead of schedule that would facilitate kind of this traffic problem that we're having. And then this incentive, and I'm not sure if Ed Gertsch or Mark Thane is here. I haven't seen him on the list, but having this incentive up front to get some of this infrastructure in the ground, they say will help them build this building number 2 and building number 3. So building number 2 would be a flex office building that faces north, and building number 3 would be a retail commercial building there on the corner. And last time we talked about it, I think if I remember right, we said, yes, this is a pretty good idea. We like this a lot better than the first time they came. Get some more detailed information and numbers. So he did that in the packet. There's some really detailed construction plans, or at least site plans, and a more detailed bid that is current. And that's the amount that they're requesting. $512,097.
Which is a lot. Now the first question I have is, do we have to do all of it?
The question I have is this the only bid that they got, or do we need to do an RFP if it's involving city monies? That kind of thing.
No RFP. I don't know about how many bids they got.
As an RDA board member, I would want to see more than one bid. I would never just go on one bid.
Hey, how much do we have in this RDA?
I don't have the exact amount. Maybe Steve will know off the top of his head. That's a lot to ask, put him on the spot. I think it was around $1 million. So the money is there.
That's what I remembered as well.
I think connectivity is always a good investment, and it's better than store frontage. I mean,
But remind me how much this RDA covers.
That was my next.
This covers a lot of things and this serves one project.
Like, what are the boundaries of the RDA?
Yeah.
Over 50% of the RDA would go to this piece. Does this cover a large portion of the RDA, or is this just
Not at all?
I don't think any of this RDA money has been utilized at all, though. That's the other question.
No, I'm not saying we shouldn't do anything.
But none of it's ever been used in the past either. It's just been accumulating, and we're not doing anything with it. We're not helping anything.
Right. It's a little it's a little bit underutilized, which doesn't bode well for us when it comes time for us to ask for more RDAs, and they're like, "What did you do with the last one?"
Nothing. We just,
sat there.
So does this RDA also cover Smith's, Shadow Point, and everything?
Yes.
Yeah, so I thought we were
not
using
shadow
part of the
plan.
RDA
For
for
EOS Fitness.
EOS Fitness.
No, that's a different. So I don't have the RDA map in front of me, but something like this. So this is the CDA that Brigham set up.
That's a different one then. Okay.
So
So
from
this
here
involves
over. So this is all of this.
Walgreens and to the north
Yeah.
or east, I mean.
I'm probably.
That does mean that anything that possibly goes on the Briggs property, this is our only, or anything you just drew in the Rentmeister Apartments, if we were ever to help out with a project there, which we've seen proposals.
Yeah, but they weren't true, real proposals, though. They don't want to let those go. That's an investment for her retirement.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
it's a good
someday-
conversation for the RDA of what your priorities are. The corner piece is not for sale and is valued more than what we have in the RDA anyway. So I
Right.
think that's a little bit out of reach unless we were just trying to incentivize to move to kind of grease the wheels.
Correct.
I mean, $1 million is a lot of money until you look at the price of properties and then you're like, oh crap, $1 million isn't.
Well, I don't know that I want to buy a property, but I guess my concern is this only applies to, if we gave an access to a shopping center, that's a lot of things. This really deals with one item here.
But it also will help the shopping center when that Briggs land is developed. It really
it's
helps
this movement right here.
flow
Communities too.
and
But
gets
I-
it close to 500.
I do feel like it's a big expense of the city, so I think it should be a bid process, not just a whatever amount they came up with.
Agreed.
But what if we cover like 60% of it or 70% of it and not the whole enchilada, just because we need to keep something to deal with what in case we have to provide incentives or something on the Briggs property, which is completely undone at this point.
So I asked the applicant to highlight the plans so you get an idea of like what you're really paying for. So there's curb and gutter in the orange,
right?
There's cement.
Wait, we're putting in parking? We're putting in a parking lot too?
That's the part that I wasn't thrilled with.
There's asphalt.
Yeah, because that kind of should be the development's responsibility, parking.
There's all of that. So yeah, we could eat. It's up to us what we are willing to do, but keep in mind that the more we do that's outside of just the cross access, allegedly, the more that we grease the wheels for all three of the buildings to be built, not just the first building. And then, so sanitary sewer,
I thought it was just 2
culinary
buildings.
water line.
It's
Well,
3
there's
with
the
the corner
third, isn't it?
building.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're
Oh, okay, over on the other side. Okay.
it's really, the way I look at it, it's really more of an incentive for this whole area to get this area built out. So if I go back to our kind of our sketch plan,
Okay, so let me ask you the next
it's really
question
to make
is,
all of this happen.
if we do this, can we put in a clause that they have to execute the rest of their plan by a certain date? Because the
Yeah,
one
it's
thing I
already
don't want to do is put $500,000 in this,
We
and
can.
20 years later, they talk about maybe putting one of the next buildings in.
I think
Well,
that's in there, isn't it?
It's already
Yeah,
there.
In there.
Let me show you.
in having a date, and we especially need it because we know that there is going to be development and we need
Yeah.
that process access.
Yeah, the dates are in there.
Yeah, so it's
I must have missed that part.
It's on page 130, I think. Right, section 2.2.
Hang on. Let's see if I can find it.
aha.
Yeah, section 2.2 has
Good
the
job.
deadlines. And then if they don't build them, there's a payback provision or partial payback. And
But
that
that's
is
4
in,
years out for the retail building, which is the one we want the most.
Yeah, it's also the one where the market is a little unpredictable right now.
Especially with COVID. It's killed.
I don't know. I don't think I've seen very many drive-throughs that haven't been killing it.
Yeah, they put a drive-through in one of those buildings and
Well, see, if you put one on the corner and you helped them out by putting a through street right there, then they probably will.
And his plans that he showed me actually do have drive-throughs.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's what I saw as well.
Yeah,
I think that
these
I
are
think
the furthest out.
I think Dave hit the shortfall on this right from the very beginning. We need to see other bids.
That's was my question is, where's the other bids and or where's if this is, we don't do an RFP, then they need to something, whatever.
Well, I'd almost like to have the ability to, no offense, but I think Robert can put together a better bid packet than for what will be a public road.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah, maybe
I would like to have Robert kind of get a second opinion on this.
Yeah.
Is this going to be a public road?
I don't know that it will.
No.
It's on private land.
I think is what he meant. It'll have a public easement on it. It's not going to be like a 60-foot right away.
It's not a city. It's not a city right away.
Right? Is that what you meant, Jordan?
But it does
I just meant that this will be open to the public. We'll be able to use it.
Yeah.
It has to be able to handle two-way traffic, whatever it is.
Sorry, I'm scrolling, making everybody.
So it's not. It can't be considered a driveway because it has to handle two-way traffic.
Right.
Yeah. So this will. I think it's 26 or 27 feet, and they said that they would grant an easement, a formal easement to the city, saying that any person could go through here or through.
And Rocky Mountain Power, was that okay with that as well?
They already have permissions. They've showed me some stuff from UDOT and Power.
That's really valuable to get access to that cutout. So that's really important that we do this in some way, but more bids.
Yeah.
But I do want to consider the possibility that maybe we do the black dotted line and maybe not get down into the red dotted line, that we leave that the responsibility of the building owner.
The parking, or have shared cost for the asphalt or something.
Well, or have shared cost to get from the black dotted line down to building one.
Well, that's what I mean. Like we pay for
that's
half, you
for a
pay for
specific
half.
owner.
Okay.
Whereas the cross access serves multiple people.
Well, I think we get
Actually,
the
it's all
entirety
the
of the
same.
bid and then see how we can
Yeah.
itemize it out and
Mhm.
what makes sense for us to invest in or not. But yeah, I think you're on the right track.
So I guess where is Robert still on? Robert, how does this sound as far as for the amount of road we're getting to what the bid is?
What's the distance on this, Noah? The length?
They have all here in the itemized plans. I mean, they have the detailed plans here too, but I think that they have a table here of linear feet and square footages and stuff. Let me show you.
Of Google Earth.
It says it's in the estimate. There's some
Just seemed pretty
quantities.
high cost per foot
There
of
it is.
road.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, so
And my next question is, are there utilities going underneath it or not?
It looks like they've got
yeah,
sewer,
if you look at the plans here, he's highlighted what it is. So
sewer storm drain.
they're not all exactly in kind of the black dotted line corridor. They're kind of on the whole site.
Culinary. In fact, it's on the one map where the colors go. It's mapped out where
Yeah. So the roadway, they have it in square feet, but not linear feet. If you just wanted me to measure that, I could. If you're just after like how many linear feet?
Yeah, just linear feet.
Yeah, yeah. So you're looking at something like that.
Yeah.
0.15 nautical miles.
What's the mile? What's the miles?
So 898, you're just going off $1 million a mile. 0.17.
Yeah.
Yeah,
$500,000 for 0.17.
Yeah.
you'd be
Yeah,
surprised.
Yeah.
But
I
the
think-
$500,000 is more than just, like I said, it's, if we go back to the bid.
It's all those
Part of
same
it's-
utilities connecting to every other
Oops.
So would we have to tear out the existing drive aisle? Or
Nope.
we just, so part of it's already there.
Yep.
Yeah, to the spaghetti factory place.
Yeah. So you're only adding on to either side. So your mileage is actually long.
Yeah.
Because half of that is already there.
You don't have to go over Bluff Ridge Drive either.
Yeah, all of this right there is already there. Buffer's already there. But the $500,000, I mean, you can see on the itemized list, it's $500,000's not just for the dotted line. It's
for a parking
all
lot,
of
which
this.
they should be
So if
responsible.
you guys don't want to pay for all of that, he could revise the bid and just say just that and just that. But
Hey, it's gonna help him.
again, like I said, it's more than just the cross access easement. We're essentially incentivizing some infrastructure to get the whole project going. But if you guys are just most interested in the cross access, we could dial it down and it'd probably be, I don't know, a lot less, 200-300.
Well, if it was a lot less, I'd call it a no-brainer and probably just say yeah. But
yeah, based on my
eating up half of the total RDA fund, and it's not even close to half what we need to do with that money.
Well, the question is well, obviously we can't necessarily anticipate, but what are some possible anticipations for the rest of the RDA use? And do we have a limited time to use it?
I mean, I think it would be really what Dave kind of hit on, the Briggs property. And
well, you've got the Briggs property that we're going to have open shops there that we're going to probably want to get some incentivize. I think you also might have to end up incentivize, like oftentimes we'll incentivize these shops that he's going to put in.
Right.
We might want incentives to actually have people move into
for the renters. Yeah.
The
subsidies like we did up at Giza. So if we don't have any money left to do that, he could just have access to an empty building and that doesn't serve us.
Yeah. So that's my concern. So I did my rough estimate with, if you extract out the existing pavement, it's 0.1 mile. 0.01, no 0.1. A little over 0.1.
It's not 0.14, it's 0.1.
It was actually 0.1 and almost 0.11.
Keep in mind that the additional buildings that they will build will generate additional revenue coming into the RDA.
Exactly.
And each year, the existing buildings are generating more money into the RDA.
Right.
But it does expire, and I don't think I put that in there.
That's
it's
another
like,
question. When does this expire? So
I think it's 2028.
Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, 8 years.
So I think we just need to answer the question of, are we getting that? Does that seem a little high for the road? We just want to make sure we're spending taxpayer money in the most responsible way possible.
Agreed.
I think having multiple bids allows us to answer that question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll tell them to get more bids and we'll come back.
Let's move on to 7, Noah.
Okay.
What's funny is on Google Earth, there's actually a truck parked right next to this and a trailer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For how long?
It doesn't say.
Okay, this one you've also seen before. This is the mixed use office building.
Mm-hmm.
We have, it's basically the same report as before. This one's different, that we're not giving any money up front. This would be, you build it and then it starts accumulating funds and then we can rebate some of the tax money back to you. And so the way the agreement's written is that they would actually be able to use some of the money generated from even the apartments, but they wouldn't get it until they actually build the office. And we think that it's over the life of, it's a 20-year CDA project. We think that it should equate to over $1 million. So it's a good incentive, but it's also in an environment where there's a lot of office projects that were already started in 2020 that there's going to be a lot of competition in surrounding cities. and in kind of a weird market climate where a lot of people are working from home and we're unsure of what's going to happen. But the developer is committed to building the office. Obviously, it's been on all of his plans, but he is a little leery, and so that's where this incentive would come in play to help soften the blow and help him get lending. And as I explained in the letter, that even after because it's just a yearly distribution, so that yearly distribution kind of trickles in. So I say $1 million, that wouldn't be all at once. It would be every spring as we get the distribution back from the county. So it would help. It would kind of equate to having a little bit of space in the building already pre-leased for a long time, but there's still all of the rest of the building that he would have to show the bank that he thinks that he could lease out. So we have the agreement in here. If you have any questions, let me know.
I just want to throw one consideration out there, and that is that, yes, there's other things going in surrounding areas, but if we have nothing to offer, we're never going to be part of that.
Absolutely. We want this building. That's why, we want and need office.
We need this
population.
If we don't have it, we get nothing started.
Yeah, we really want it.
Brody?
It wouldn't be built without us, I don't think, though.
Brody, didn't you tell me the other day that EDC Utah sees a brighter horizon for flex office space?
That was primarily for Class A, actually. Northern Utah, he said it's the strongest he's ever seen it, and that's a combination of a lot of things happening despite COVID. Just the increase in interest from outside businesses coming into Utah, and the Salt Lake and Utah County markets just being too full, and so they're starting to spill up here.
But that was Class A.
Yeah, that was the higher end office stuff. Which
that's what we want here.
Which this could be.
Yeah, this could turn out to be.
Or they may not, maybe because of location, they may not call it Class A, but it could act and function like Class A.
Yep.
Yeah, and attract like Class A, right? And that's the
So
titles aren't going to matter as much.
So this also includes this kind of second office building too. So we're talking the thing that changed from after they redesigned the project because of the neighbors, they had to rotate those buildings. So it went down to 43,000 square feet, but so they rotated that building there. So he had to cut this down a little bit. But yeah, this is what we're looking at. An office building, a 3-story office building, something like this.
I see a bright future for that in the city.
Too.
Yeah. I think the key with this is there are some outlets for the developer right now to opt out of the office. And what are the thresholds on that?
So he still has to meet the minimum of the zone. But there is an outlet so that this second and third floors could be residential. So he would have even more units. I'm trying to find this here.
This is just if they're not leased by a certain amount of time, they can convert it.
Yeah, but it's talking about converting. So I think that, I'm willing to even consider us doing some support for luring people here, if we need to, whatever, marketing or work with EDC Utah or whatever it takes.
Yeah, ultimately, we don't want them to get to the conversion.
Right.
We want to slow that down.
Yeah. And my other thing is, if you get to the end of the RDA with money still in it, you didn't do your job right.
Right.
Hey, Mayor, it looks like Steve's hand's up.
Steve.
I just had a couple quick comments. So the answer to your question earlier about the RDA, we have about $1.1 million in the 750 West
Perfect.
RDA. On this one, just keep in mind that the CDA does trigger this year, so that when we're talking a 20-year timeline, if and when they build this office building, it may be 2 years out before it's completed. You're going to lose 2 years of value before that building gets the full value. So just keep those things in mind.
And if they're building according to, I thought the schedule was, put up the apartments first and then get to the office even later. So maybe we're looking more like 3 or more, 4 years. I don't know.
It's possible.
Correct.
Well, the more we put it off, the worse it is if it has to trigger this year.
I would support this. I think this is a great use.
Well, that's really what the incentive does. It incents them to build the building faster, then they get more rebate on the back end.
Right.
Well, the business is coming in a greater chance of succeeding and getting past that hurdle of not making enough money to pay their rent.
Yep.
And so if nothing, if it doesn't get built or they end up having the struggles that they kind of have the opt-outs for, then just nothing happens. This is just a safety net. Is that correct?
Yeah, if the contract's built that way, they only receive increment on what they built and for however many years that they had built or how long it takes them to recoup it.
So I think that's the right way to structure it so that they give us what we want and we help them.
Yep.
Council, this will go on an RDA agenda. It's kind of hard to convene an RDA agenda and have a consent agenda.
Yes.
So
no, we can't. Yeah.
Let's put this on an RDA agenda and come back and discuss it and approve it.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Item 8.
Did you guys still want the out stuff for the residential stuff? I remembered it's actually in the development agreement that's already signed.
Yeah, I think
then it doesn't matter then.
Doesn't matter.
It's already signed.
Well, we're not allowing them to get there.
If you wanted to mirror some of that information again in the RDA incentive, you could have added that, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, it's, okay, I'll move on.
9 o'clock.
We're moving.
I just meant that was good information, Noah. I didn't mean like we're good.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, we're good. Let's see.
Final plat approval.
Oops, did I skip one? Okay, we talked about this and then we sent it to Planning Commission and now it's back. So Planning Commission didn't have any problem with anything we talked about before. Basically the final plat that you guys always hate seeing.
We're good. We've seen it.
Okay, to move this along, let me bring this up. So I tried to figure out why we would be in this situation and is there some kind of obvious thing that we're missing? And so doing a little research going back to why the city council was looking at this, it apparently some time ago, somebody told me that there was some developments that when it came to final plat, there were, quote, minor revisions, but they turned out to be kind of major revisions. And Planning Commission just let them go and city council never saw it. And they said, hey, wait a minute, why didn't we, maybe it's okay if we see these. So my thought on this is maybe a little bit of a compromise, and that would be if there are no revisions, then it doesn't have to come back. But if there actually are some changes that maybe we should look at it, and I'm only saying this in relationship to the project that just happened where it never came to city council at all, which means there were a lot of people that said, hey, how come the city council never did anything with this? And this guy just got approved to get rid of green space. So I'm just saying that maybe if there's any kind of change, maybe it still should come here.
Well, we have it as far as the appellate body. City
So
council.
you wouldn't even see it in the preliminary either, the way it's written here.
Right.
So even if there was a change between preliminary and final, you still wouldn't see it.
And
I'm really worried that there's going to be bait and switch here. I've experienced that. It felt really bad. I didn't like it.
Wait, but weren't we warned that if we heard something and then because we felt pressured and then we can't really change it, but then we felt pressured, then we're going to get sued?
Yep. So the preliminary and final plats are administrative. If they meet the ordinance, they have to be passed. So you guys' bread and butter are the
we got to
general
be
plan
more
and
careful when we
rezone.
do the first one then.
Exactly. And so I think this is still the appropriate thing, because if we're just hearing something and saying, sorry, we heard you, but there's nothing we can do, that's not going to help anybody.
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to keep seeing them. The advantage here is when you have heavy meetings, you don't get bogged down by final plats, and you just give it to planning commission and let them take care of it.
So today we wouldn't be seeing Criddle Farms or whatever the other one.
Which
we just put on a consent.
Seconds of our meeting.
But at the same time,
yeah, if you want to keep them, that's fine.
when was the last time that we were like, oh, hey, we need to like turn this down and get
Jackson
sued?
Court. That was the last one.
Well, but that's, I mean, I look at how often, if they've already been approved the first time, we just say, okay, yep, that's what we're doing. It just becomes one more agenda item. And just like Corinne said, I don't want there to be this sense of, well, you could have done something when we really couldn't have, or be open to litigation. So I think it's best to just remove that one more step of bureaucracy.
So Noah, how do we deal with, I'm hearing you and I'm trying to just, agree. So how do we deal with the idea that we could approve a concept plan and they could come back with something totally different? And if it meets the ordinance, it's just strictly administrative. And how do we prevent that from happening? Now, we have with PRD and RPC, we've required them to be married to a concept plan. But how do we do this so that we don't let other small subdivisions say, oh, look, here it's an 8-house subdivision, and come back and it's 30 apartments?
Well,
you're zoning.
Yeah, first of all, that example wouldn't be able to happen. But
I know it's extreme. I'm just, I know.
Yeah. So I think you guys need to operate in when it's at general plan or rezone, and and the proposed development is within a zone that requires a development agreement. I think that's where you button it down, because that's where you have your legislative power. And then when it comes time to carrying out the plans, then they have a development agreement that they're required to stick to.
So I think when you look at a project that comes for zoning, they're going to bring pictures. You need to just not look at the pictures. Because I mean, honestly, they can sell the project the next day after they get entitlements, and they're not bound to those pictures, and they can submit it. So, I mean, unless you're in one of those RPC mixed use ones where you have a development agreement with elevations and themes and things like that, I would just ignore the pictures that they bring in and their promises, because the problem is they sell the projects. That happens most of the time.
Right.
Sometimes they develop, but more often they cash out, and that's fine. That's their right. But then it feels like a bait and switch, and
Remind us of this
maybe it is. Sorry?
Every single time a proposal comes up, your job is to say, now I'm going to counsel you to ignore the pictures.
Just tell Noah to stop putting them in the packet.
Close your eyes to make this decision.
That's a good idea. Don't put them in the packet.
Yeah.
I think, when it comes to a straight zoning decision, you just need to look at it and say, what is, look at the approved uses in the zone. And if there's a use in there you don't like, then look at changing the zone text, or just say, I don't know if we want to approve this without some sort of a development agreement that says you're not going to develop a certain thing. We don't want to necessarily, develop and zone the city by development agreement, because that's
right.
That's not quite fair for everyone. But when it comes up and it's not one of those zones that has a theme and the things, I would just say don't be swayed by the pictures at all, and don't spend any time talking about them, because there's they're just a picture to try and sell you the zone change.
But I don't remember. I think the last, what we would call a straight up zone change where there's not a development agreement attached to it was, well, I was going to say Tuacahn, but even they had a voluntary development agreement on that one over there to the R3. So I think most of the ones that we're seeing now they're asking for more density. They're asking for attached housing. Those are all in zones that most of them are going to have a pretty picture that goes into a development agreement. So I think what we're talking about here will really help facilitate in some of these, phase 5 final plat.
Right. See, I don't have a problem with phase 5 stuff because we've seen it. They don't have anywhere to really change it. What I have a problem with is like the Jackson Court incident where they said, here's 15 houses with 2 entrances and exits. And they came back with 26 units and only 1 entrance and tried to say that there was a trail could be a secondary emergency access. And that was a real bait and switch.
Yeah, I think all of those ones that we're really concerned about have already been, all those zones have been amended to require development agreements.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for letting me speak my concerns at least.
Where do we go with this?
I like it as is, or like this is written. It's good.
You agree with the planning commission?
Yes.
Yep, and we're welcome to make comments in planning commission if we want.
Okay, all right. Let's go to 9, Noah.
Yeah, it just means that, you might have to pay attention to the planning commission agenda a little bit more in Seth's reports.
I think the planning commission packets are kind of awesome. They get a lot of cool stuff we don't get to see.
Yeah.
I
see them.
Still waiting for those temple plans, Noah.
Oh, you didn't see them? We've been working on them.
You got to design the temple?
Trust me, I would know.
Don't believe it. We don't have an application.
But yet they're putting in infrastructure. Anyway, sorry. On topic.
Yeah, let's go to
Squirrel.
9. Squirrel.
Yeah.
9.
Building addressing.
9.
So as you know, we're going to be getting some new multifamily buildings, and we haven't had any built for a really, really long time, which has spurred some concern by fire and police about making sure they can have quick response times and keep up their great level of service that they have.
This is excellent.
Yep.
So yeah.
Do it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Are we good?
Yeah, I looked through the whole thing.
Yeah, I looked through this one and it's straight
uniform.
up.
No brainer. And thank you, fire and police, for your input. Yay.
Number 10. Seth, or Jordan and Noah.
Oh, I'll do it.
Go for it.
I'm
Do you want to
going.
present,
No.
Noah, or do you want me to?
Well, let me, I'll just introduce it and then
Okay.
you can go through your slides. Does that sound good?
Sure.
All right. A really, really long time ago, Jordan and I had the opportunity to go to Madison, Wisconsin. And we learned a lot of great things and we wanted to share what we learned. I'm not sure why it took us so long to actually share, but there's a lot of transferable things that I think we could implement in our city. And I also wanted to make sure that everybody understood what it was. It wasn't a free ride or just some random, vacation. It was like an organized, it was like a conference. We had a schedule, an itinerary. There was groups from all different kinds of cities and different public entities. We had specific routes. And one of the cool things about Madison is that they built this trail system, and the bike system made a priority. And then they also use that for their economic development. So they're the center of the U.S. bike industry. And then at the same time, as a bonus, they have great quality of life and health promotion and active lifestyles. So some of this will be repetitive of what I already said, but we put together some slides to maybe give you a little bit more detail about what we did and what we learned. But yeah, and as a bonus side benefit, I had a lot of fun with Jordan and got to know him a little bit better. And yeah, it's not a crime to have a little bit of fun while we're learning. Jordan, do you have anything on some of these slides? I could.
We can just go through them in the packet. I don't need to actually present since it's already up here.
Okay.
So I think you've covered that. Let's just go on to the next one down here. So one of the cool things was we really got to work with a lot of the people from the communities around us. I had a lot of good conversations with Jory, who actually lives here in Syracuse. He's on the UDOT. He's a huge biker, and he was one of the ones that was really pushing for a lot of this stuff to kind of help us understand what a bike trail really needs to look like. You probably want to talk to this slide. This was one of your slides, Noah.
Yeah. Yeah, check this out. Trek, Planet Bike, Schwinn, they were able to attract those companies because of the image. Some of those intangibles of a community are huge in economic development because it's your reputation. And, why would they want to go there? Part of it is the quality of life is really good. So that as you establish your brand and your image, companies that also have a similar brand and image that identify with that it can be a really powerful tool. And then if you look at bicycling to work, as far as how many people, this is the highest in the nation, 6.1%. So it's still it's better than what I'm not even sure what Salt Lake is, but so the higher that number means the fewer cars on the road, and that has budgetary impacts, and especially in Utah with our air quality concerns. So in Utah we have inversion, and especially Syracuse we have inversion, so that's a benefit. And the other thing we have going for us is we're flat, so that it's
bike friendly.
Like Netherlands.
We have a lot of potential in Syracuse to really make this our thing, because we already have a really good trail, and we already have some bike lanes. We're flat, and we have a lot of people that commute, and our trails, once West Davis Corridor is going to be built, will actually connect to the trails. Well, actually, our trails already currently connect to the DNRG trail that you can get down to Salt Lake on.
I think one of the things that was mentioned is like having them connect with commuter sites. I think that would be really important, like so that you can bike to the tracks and then get on the bus to Salt Lake, because I don't want to bike all the way to Salt Lake, but I can bike to the tracks. Something like that would be really important.
Totally.
Yep. That was one of the big things, is where he was going to talk, or this bicycle friendly community. The whole point here is you want to make it so people come to your community and actually think, I could ride my bike here. Like right now, the most visible bicycle lane that we have as you come into the community is the bicycle lane along Antelope Drive. And
can we get that extended?
So I'll actually talk about that. So okay. Jory said, he would not ride on that, just because you're right up against traffic. It's not well marked. People just think it's an overflow. And so there's a couple things we'll talk about as we come in here. But to make it a bicycle friendly, you want to be able to make sure that your trails go to somewhere that a family would want to go. Like, do we have trails that go to, say, a grocery store or a park that they can access from their community? And right now, every time I ride, my son got a bike for Christmas, and he's ridden it once. He rode along Antelope Drive, and now has a flat tire because he hit so many goat heads.
Go ahead. Well, the good news is when you when you follow the recommendations of somebody like the League of American Bicyclists, they've already got those things figured out. And you just do what they say, and then if you get their certification, it's like this official feather in your cap that, you know, neutral third party that certifies that you're serious about it. So there's a lot of kind of feathers in our cap that we could be going after that establish a certain brand.
So let's keep going.
Yeah.
On this. So we want to, so that's something we can look at eventually. But the big thing is we wanted to understand how we could make, first of all, our trails better and how we could use that for economic development, maybe some branding. If we can incorporate into traffic reductions, we can also talk about improved health, quality of life. As you see these things, you really start getting an idea of what having these types of things does for your community. So we wanted to understand how we could do our stuff better. So we looked at good design practices. We took a ton of pictures about the trail facilities, those types of things, and also learn how to network with the UDOT, the Wasatch Front Regional Council, and some of the other officials in our around us. And so we spent this time with one of our county commissioners. We're going to either buy in on one of the items we have coming up that we'll talk about. So the biggest thing is being able to figure out how to get around in the community. So they had tons of these maps everywhere that you could pick up at pretty much any grocery store, gas station. They wanted to make sure that you could pick up a map, and just like you could pick up a bus route, you could pick up a map route and figure out how you can get from where you were to somewhere else in the city using a bicycle trail. And so we have a trails map, but it doesn't quite have the information that someone would need to pick it up and ride a bike around our city. And so we need to make that a little more available, get that in a more prominent place on our website, put some work into kind of showing where the access points are, how far, or, you know, rough estimate of distance between one point and another. So that was the big thing, is we need to make sure that we have paths that go somewhere and that those maps are available. The next thing I liked is they tried to make sure that all of the people were good citizens, as far as they knew how to navigate through traffic. So as part of the map, they had this data here that they showed how you navigate a road on a bicycle, what's legal, what's not, how you cross roads, how you ride, which direction you're supposed to ride. I thought this was awesome because I learned a ton about, you know, you can see down here on the right side, they tell you how to signal. I mean, as Utahns, that's a good lesson to have, is how to use your signal.
That way.
That's right. But before you leave that, I was wondering if there's somehow we can get something like this for roundabouts in our city, because that would be phenomenal. So it's just about education. If you provide a service to people, it's good to educate them on how to use it.
I want you to know that back in elementary school, we took bicycle safety courses and we all learned how to ride on the road.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, how old I am, but that's something that we could totally implement into the junior high and elementary school levels again.
Sure. The other item, once you get past that, is we need to, the trails, you have to get on a trail and be able to see where it goes. I think this is one of our biggest weak points right now in Syracuse, is you can get on a trail and you see it goes south, maybe even southeast, but you don't really know where the endpoints are. And so it was really awesome. You could say, okay, I want to go to such and such place, and that you could look on your map, say, okay, Badger Street Trail, that goes over to Walmart. Or if you get on the Military Ridge Path Trail, that's going to take you over to this other cool destination. One of the cool things, we actually visited the ancient Indian mound. I don't know if anyone's heard of the ancient mound builders. So we found a couple of those spots. And they had these cool little signs along the trail that actually made it interesting. I stopped and looked at a few things. So we need to make sure that as we're going through and working on this branding, that we put a lot of thought into how we do this, and so that when you get on a trail, you know where it's going. The other item is, I liked the trails better when I knew where I was supposed to be on the trail. So they had good marking on the trail. They even had a little sign there that counted how many cyclists had driven by. I don't care about that. But I did like the fact that it was clear that people are supposed to be on the right and the left. And they don't get to take the whole trail. So that was just promoted. Good. The ducks didn't care. Sure.
Dang ducks. So messy.
That's right. The other items is once a trail went onto a public avenue, they made it look different. The green paint made it like the cars stayed out of the green paint.
How long would that paint last in Utah?
Remember, Madison, Wisconsin gets just as much snow as we do.
Or more.
So
Or
it
more.
won't necessarily be like reflective paint, but it might stay green long, and it's okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they've already figured out what kind of paint to use.
Okay.
Like
Yeah,
we don't need
already
to
out.
invent this, Will.
Sweet.
But the thing is, it was obvious where you were supposed to go, so that on Antelope you could paint green lines. We'd have to work with UDOT, of course. But if we make this part of our trail system, we could paint part of sidewalks green so that people know this is a bicycle trail, over here is a pedestrian trail. And if you can keep the two out of each other's ways, the trails become really usable. And it was awesome.
There was even an intersection where it came, and then they had a special light for the trail users, and the green line went diagonally through the intersection. And then
They
had
do
their
that
own
in South
special-
America. Wow.
It was
Huh.
cool.
Yeah, it was really easy to navigate there. Like you could navigate the entire city on a bike and it was a piece of cake. So like I say, I think this is a great idea for Antelope, 2000 West, 1000 along these roads where we have paths, but you don't really know what they are. Obviously, if you want people to just go out for a bike ride, it's good to have that. I think this is one where we actually have a pretty good, we got the trail around Jensen Pond. Again, just put in some additional signage there and things like that to kind of help people know where they're going. So long story short, here's kind of the items that I would like us as a council, if we want to improve our trail system, these are the items I think we should kind of start pushing, look at allocating some funding to address. Let's make sure that we are updating our map to make sure that it shows how to get places in the city. Let's add that center striping. Path signage, we've talked about this. We have a huge opportunity here as we're going to be doing the rest of the community. We've got funding set aside. Let's just make sure that we know how to get on a trail, that it's clearly marked so you're not looking down. You can see that the trail's right in front of you, but like I said, the other time I tried to get on the bluff trail, I forgot where the entrance was. And since we have kind of weeds, you can't really see. It's just a little dirt trail that cuts between some weeds. It wasn't clear how to get on there, and I ended up just taking the sidewalk because I couldn't remember where it was. And that's why I ended up with goat heads in our tires. So let's make sure that it's obvious how to use our trails and that we educate people on how to do it. One thing that they pointed out, UDOT pointed out, is whenever possible, make a sidewalk wider instead of a road wider. That gives the bicyclist more of a protected path and allows it to share them with pedestrians a little bit better. And then we need to focus on interconnecting our trails. We need to complete, one of the big ones is complete the trails after Antelope Island. So I've been putting together a letter. I know that they said they want to work on recreation.
Thank you.
Right now, if you guys want, I'd like each of us to write our local representatives to get, I've been writing something to, I'll be sending it to Brad and Carrie Ann to kind of say, look, what's that?
Oh, there's one other guy.
Yes, we have a few, but I've been saying, look, we're missing a huge opportunity here. We're building this huge West Davis corridor. There's a great trail system, and we're stopping 2 miles short of the goal. And then we need to push on the county. Mayor, I don't know if this is something you can take up with COG, or to kind of push on the commissioners to get this green paint or whatever it takes, a bicycle lane across the causeway as well.
Stuart Adams.
Stuart Adams, yep. So we just need to complete our trails and connect disjointed trails And again, you can use sidewalks as trails if you mark them as such. We just need to make sure that our maps do that. And then once we get all that in place, I think we'll have a pretty good chance of incentivizing a bicycle shop. I think e-bikes are huge right now. If you can get an e-bike, you'd have people zipping all over the city on e-bikes. That's where the education comes in. And then eventually we can look at considering working. If we want that additional branding and that extra draw, we could look at the bicycle friendly community once we have everything else in place. But yeah, that was kind of the report of our stuff. We went out there and we're trying to learn as much as we could. And we were only there for, I want to say 24 hours.
It was a whirlwind tour for sure.
Yeah, we were trying to be really conscientious about public funds. We knew that, so we didn't want to spend multiple nights in hotels and everything and limit the amount of, so we made a whirlwind tour. Other people were staying a little bit longer, but we wanted to get as much information we could in as little time as possible. And hopefully this gives you some good information.
Great.
Any
Real quick,
questions?
well, I just wanted to clarify, it's not Stuart Adams that's our representative. It's Jerry Stevenson that's our senator. So Stuart is an area, he's not this local area, by the way.
Let's write them all.
Yeah.
Once you get the first letter done, it's just copy and paste from then on.
Thanks, Lisa.
So if there's, Mayor.
Yes.
I'm just going to say, so for the council, if there's if any of these action items are, priority, if some are like higher priority than others, that might affect the upcoming budget, then, you'd want to make sure that we get funding in there for those.
Let's
You're
throw it in.
You're talking about our budget session, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that's good, council. Let's look at these, and if you'll share back with Noah those things that you want to discuss further at the budget retreat. Let's go.
I would say. Well, I was just going to mention real quick. I think we ought to really consider the signage piece as we're discussing that anyway.
Yep.
As branding and all that, I think that's super important.
Yeah, that's low hanging fruit because we're doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Right. I think green paint, if we can, I don't know, that takes man hours, but.
That's man hours, but I would say that was what probably made it the easiest to navigate, is you always knew where the path was. Because sometimes, like I said, a lot of our trails go along, we just have wider sidewalks in some of our areas.
So we just need to hire another guy for Robert then.
That's right.
He's like, yep.
And he's already got a full-time job, painting green for a year.
Robert and Steve, let's talk about a budget opening.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I think the next agenda item was the public workshop. Is that what you're talking about, Mayor?
Yes, I have the wall.
Okay. So as you know, council, we've talked about this in the past a little bit, but just as a background in case anyone else hears or is listening in, there's development happening around Public Works property boundaries. And with that, in order for us to be in compliance with our buffer code, we have proposed 8-foot tall precast concrete privacy wall between a residential and industrial use. So we went out to bid with the wall, and 5 plan holders picked up plans. We did only receive one bid. The bid was $198,166, little higher than what we had estimated. Our overall total budget for the project, it was $220,000, but that included more than just the wall. We had estimated the wall to be about $125,000. Of course, we don't typically estimate walls with our projects, so it was a little bit difficult for us to begin with, but we did learn from sources that the price of concrete, well, we've experienced it too, but the price of concrete continues to increase rapidly. So I think that's where it just got overshot more than the 125, it's the 198. We went back, talked to the contractor, Wasatch West, or the bidder, and asked if there were things that could be taken out of the bid that the city could provide labor on. We found that he was willing to take off some things that we could do, things like survey staking and stuff like that. About $9,800 worth there that we could reduce. Also, we went to Woodside Homes just to see what they would be willing to pitch in, because they have, they would typically be putting in a 6-foot white vinyl fence is what they had planned on. That's $9,200. So overall, it's a $19,000 potential for reducing the overall cost, but it still makes us short about $54,000 from what our expected expenses would be, which would need to cover things, just final items like landscape and the RV dump and stuff like that. So we had in there too an idea for flagpoles, but I think we can reduce costs there by we were thinking about approaching the Lions Club and see if they would maybe donate some flagpoles. So I think that would help reduce too. We're all about looking for ways to cut costs and make things work within budget as much as possible. Obviously, I am concerned about the $54,000. The biggest chunk of that really is the RV dump, and I guarantee you that gets a lot of use, and I believe it will continue to escalate in use. So and the reason for that is the road reconfiguration makes it so that where our RV dump is right now will not work. So it has to get moved.
Did you check on that Simtech fence? Did it turn out not to be a good deal, or?
So it's a nice fence. It is more of a vinyl or plastic type. So not really durable or long lasting. I'm really looking for something that's more long lasting for us, and concrete does that. As far as damage and stuff, and we also have some salt hangers and equipment on our side of the fence that if one of those accidentally bumps into the fence, just a small little bump could put a big gouge or take some of that fence out. So I need something kind of durable. And I think the sound, the noise that we produce, especially at nighttime, I know it's not a sound wall, but I believe it would help reduce the impact or minimize the impact of sound, especially when we're in the middle of the night with big trucks doing snowplow operations or water leaks or whatever.
Makes sense.
So I'm just bringing it to you for ideas. I'm up for any ideas. I mean, even if it means we don't do anything at all, I do think if we don't do anything at all, and we decide to later on, it will definitely be more expensive, because then we're dealing with trying to impose on people's individual properties and their landscape, and access will be limited. It would be more expensive later on if we wanted to do it later. I think.
Yeah.
Bryn, you want to let
Well, I know that there's a shortfall, and I don't really have any suggestions for it. And I appreciate how you guys have approached Woodside for the vinyl fence and using city labor as well. And we got to get it built. Just I'm supportive of trying to figure it out. We got to go take it to the budget meeting.
So one idea, I guess there's probably a number of things you could consider. I think maybe the simplest one would be we did realize $100,000 in savings off of that 1200 South waterline project, and that's a combination of secondary and culinary. If we wanted to place it, take from that savings, that's a possibility. One other thing to think about though is our plan was to equally divide out the cost of the wall among 5 different budgets. And if we did it that way, it would be unbalanced, where water might be picking up a little bit more. If you divide this 54,000 among 5 budgets, it's about 11,000 per budget. And where we, the culinary secondary, we would be fine with, but then it would be difficult to figure on the other 3, which would be Class C, storm drain, and sewer. And one possibility there, if we wanted to balance them equally, would be, that we have the 1000 West project that's in the budget currently, that we're definitely not going to do this year. We kind of talked about maybe putting that off until after 500 West. So that's one possibility I could think of, or a couple different possibilities. There might be more, and Steve might even have some ideas. I don't know. Or maybe you guys have ideas.
It's gotta happen. I think we gotta make it a priority here.
Steve?
We've been talking about it for a while.
Yeah, Robert and I talked a lot about this. When you have an increased cost, you're doing one of a couple things. You're either deferring other projects to make this happen first. You're trying to find ways to cut costs to fit it in the budget, or you're raising fees to pay for it. Robert's brought up a couple of ideas of deferring 1000 West. We do have some savings in some of the funds. I would recommend keeping this budget equal across all 5 funds. I think that makes sense. We have a lot of unknowns with UDOT projects on Antelope Drive coming up, and we've talked about that at the retreat of how much we're going to get back with reimbursements. So there's a lot of things up in the air on timing and how to fund this. I think with what Robert's saying, if we're not going to get to 1000 West this year, let me go ahead and share my screen so you can see. Oh, Cassie, can you give me screen sharing access, please? The timing of Antelope Drive projects and what we have on the docket, I think we could make it work. It's just a matter of timing of all those projects. Let's see.
Excuse me.
Thanks, Cassie. Let me pull up this screen here. We've seen this spreadsheet many times. What we're talking about here is this project across these funds. These are the current budgets. And again, 25,000 was the base for the fence. There are other things built into here. There's some culinary improvements, there's some storm drain improvements, then there's the sewer dump that we're going to move. So when we're talking about this, if we move 1000 West down a year, we were pretty close in Class C, if you remember, in the last budget opening. What it does is it does get better in the next year. Our biggest hang-up is going to be our secondary, and that, again, is dependent on how much we get back on this Antelope Drive replacement of secondary. We know it's going to be something. It could be a couple $100,000. If that's the case, $11,000 an additional on each of these funds, I think we'll be okay in the grand scheme of things.
And we do have the savings in the secondary from the 1200 South, which will be about, I think, 25,000 ahead there.
How soon do you guys find out about that 2022?
This one here?
Yeah, the 2022 stuff. Because, for us, it's coming up in 6 months, but how is it for these guys?
We're hoping to get an answer before the final budget approval so we know how to move forward. I don't know if you have a better timeline on that, Robert.
I don't, but I know that our city engineer has been talking with the project manager over at UDOT to try to pin down some of those costs. So I think we had talked about by May we would have a good idea. I'm hoping sooner than that. I'm hoping more like March.
So we could possibly figure it out before the end of our budget year then. But for next, would you anticipate doing this in fall of 22 then, Robert? Or when would you be anticipating this?
I honestly don't know.
Do you want to do it like as soon as possible? That's the thing is what we're
gonna say, if you got a bid for concrete and it keeps increasing, that probably means you want to do it sooner than later.
So what I would suggest is we do similar to how we worked with 2000 West widening, is we would have UDOT build it into their project and have them do it, and then we would just pay them through an agreement because we would likely get lower costs, and it would be easier with just one contractor and one engineer to design it all on the same on the same set of maps, so they all coincide together. So that doesn't answer your question.
Well, it helps.
I imagine it potentially could be 2023.
Okay.
That's for antelope, right? You've migrated to that, not talking about the fence.
Right, yes.
The fence you want to do this spring, if at all possible.
Correct, yes.
That's what I was thinking we're talking about the fence, sorry.
Yeah, so I agree that if we can find a way to do it, that we should do it this spring. And I kind of think that you've just told us there's several ways to do it. So since we're not voting on which way, I just think that we ought to proceed and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll bring a budget opening next meeting. That's why this discussion's on tonight with the proposal in the February 9th meeting.
Robert, let's talk about secondary water purchase.
Okay, Weaver Basin, we spoke with Weaver Basin, when was it, near the end of December, and found out that Weaver Basin's holding on to 25 shares of Davis Weber Water that they purchased back in 2006 from individuals who lived in Syracuse. And the basis of their purchase was to reserve the water for future use, to be used exclusively in Syracuse City when the city needs that water, or when that resident is ready to develop their land. So it was an incentive for two parties, right? It was an incentive for Weaver Basin to get more water. It was also an incentive for the shareholder to retain the privilege of having shares held for their property when it develops without them having to pay the annual assessment fee.
Are these type A shares?
Davis Weber just has one type of share, and it all comes with water. So it's Layton Canal that does the A and B. So yes.
But I mean, there's the type C that you have to pay annually. This is the type that you pay one time and you own the share, right?
Except we're not buying them from them. We're going to buy money from them every year.
Okay, you're right, Jordan. And Dave, to answer your question, these are shares that do have water attached to them, physical water attached to them.
Okay,
the caveat
that wasn't my
is,
question. It was when we had the type C water shares that you had to pay more for over a different period of time than the original shares like we had. That's the majority of our shares in the city are today.
I think those existed 25 years ago.
He's Robert, he's talking about like original project water versus tier one.
Tier one water.
And I don't think this is
Layton
necessarily
Canals?
tied to original project water.
No, the original project water, that's just Layton Canal. That's Weaver Basin,
All right.
Layton Canal only. So
Sorry
this
for
is different.
confusing the two.
This is different. But Jordan, you're right too. So Weaver Basin is not willing to give up these shares or sell them. They will retain ownership of them. But they are willing to enter into agreement to allow Syracuse City to use the shares perpetually if we pay one lump sum amount, which equates to what Weber Basin would have spent on the shares, and then an annual assessment for Weber Basin to wheel the water to Syracuse City each year.
We buy the shares and then we pay for the money from the shares, but we don't actually get the shares.
But we get to use it forever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
What Weber Basin told us was that they never disassociate themselves from water shares. They have as a policy, they never will sell shares.
Yeah, well, this is something that we explored with them because we wanted to make sure that, you know, if there's a drought, is this like on some lower tier where, you know, this water gets yanked first or that sort of thing? And they said no.
It's just for Syracuse.
It's just water dedicated for us, and we made sure in the draft agreement that it's perpetually forever.
Sweet.
So it's still a good deal. Just you don't actually get the equity involved in owning shares.
Right.
But if we get the water forever, okay, that's what we need.
Yeah.
It's like your plot at the cemetery.
Yes.
So in short, I don't think there's any reason not to do this. So can we just move on?
Yep. Let's move on.
I will. So this will come on your next agenda for approval. Is that right, Brody? They need to do an official. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then after that, then I'll send it back to Weber Basin, and their board will have to approve it.
But because it involves money, do we have to have a hearing?
Oh, good question.
We have money budgeted already.
Okay.
Right.
Consent.
Okay.
Just
Cassie,
checking.
Cassie, are you following this? You good?
She gave you a thumbs up.
Okay, Paul, let's talk about West Point City joining our youth court.
Yeah, I can take this one, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. As the memo said, West Point and West Point Junior High administration have expressed some interest in participating in the Syracuse City Youth Court. So this is kind of a draft agreement. It's a memorandum of understanding, just kind of discussing how we would operate that if they did. Their council is going to entertain it at their next meeting as well. And basically, they would pay for the proportion of participants that are on the youth court from West Point City or a school that's located in West Point.
Okay.
We don't change the name of anything, though. It doesn't become the Syracuse West Point, All right. Then I'm good with them.
Yeah,
Read through everything. It looks like everything is us because we know how to do it all.
Right.
They basically pay us at the end for whatever their participation was, and we take care of the other things and they compensate for it.
Yeah, there is a requirement for them to provide an adult advisor once there's at least 3 West Point students. And then they've also already talked about, so they use the county sheriff. They don't have their own police department. And so they're actually going to provide an officer to help out as well.
So was that listed in here? Because I didn't, there's this adult, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I wanted to make sure we could clarify, that we can't have all the burden be on our volunteers, but it's in there, so.
And I really think that if they figure, get educated by this program and continue to grow, then they can obviously at some point get their own. But this, in the meantime, is great.
Great.
They continue to offend and become get enough cases, they can have their own.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, hey, I'd rather have a kid go through this than juvenile court or something. That'd be terrible. So, yeah.
Okay.
Love it.
Consent agenda to develop that understanding.
Yeah. Okay. Does Robert or Paul, does that need to be voted on? Did we decide? I can't remember.
When does this start? Because it is a budget impact.
Maybe because they have to pay,
We would need to have a vote on the actual MOU. Yes.
Yeah, it needs to be voted on, but not like a public hearing or anything. Just a regular vote's fine.
Okay, thanks.
Right.
And does it start with the following school year, or does it start with this one that's ongoing?
I think it just starts immediately upon signing it. They can start getting
Okay.
students in there.
Mayor was asking if this is consent or not. Could go on consent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right. Okay, town hall meetings, Lisa and Jordan.
Yeah.
So I think we sent it out. Just wanted to get everyone's viewpoint on this. I think it's a good idea to get in front of them, in front of the citizens, answer their questions. I think we've kind of covered all these items in a previous meeting. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel good about moving on?
I do.
Okay. Cassie, can you lead us through council assignments and appointments for next year, for this year?
Yeah. So if we want to just go through the actual resolution that was in the packet, is that how you want to handle it? Or are there
Yes.
any questions about this process before we go through that? So it's all ordered alphabetically. So if you're fine, if we want to just go through and I can make changes to prepare for the next meeting. So if we start with Councilmember Bingham's current assignments, Lisa, your Clearfield High School, or maybe let's just go through and tell me if there's any that you don't want to be on anymore, and then we can talk about replacements.
Okay.
Because you're A through H on there, sorry.
Yeah. So I read through them all. Sorry, I can't go to my, I'm going to the thing. Can you guys still see me even if I've switched screens?
Nope.
No.
I'm gone. That's good to know. I wondered about that. If you guys were looking at my face as I stare at my screen. Okay. Sorry, I'm just looking at them. Where are they? I read through them all. Where did they? Oh,
Here,
there
I'll
they
go through. I'll go through them real quick. So Clearfield High Community Council.
And I wanted to stay on all the youth councils and the court liaison and the, yeah. The only one we added this year was we switched me over to be on the park advisory. So do I want to drop anything in lieu of that? Does somebody want to take anything I have? Does Dave, I think you used to be on the park committee. Do you want to take Chamber of Commerce?
Hey, start a new business.
Don't jump at the chance.
Can you talk about real quick the obligations of the chamber? Is it just the Friday or
eating well
Tuesday
and
lunch?
Yeah, it's just that their meeting is difficult for anyone that's
in the middle of the day.
Yep.
And I'm fine to stay on there. I'm actually a member of the chamber as well. So we aren't having a lot of group meetings, and we probably won't until COVID restrictions are ended. But I'm fine to keep all the assignments I have unless somebody wants to trade me for anything. Okay, looks
Okay,
like that.
so we can move to Councilmember Bolduc then.
Yeah.
It looks like yours start on a sub K with the museum board. So are there?
Yeah. The only one that's not on there is mosquito abatement. So
It's because we do that one with a separate resolution. So there's that position, the North Davis Sewer District and Wasatch Integrated, that we do with a separate resolution. And the terms of those positions are all concurrent with your term as a member of the council. So that will be revisited after the next election.
looks good. I'm happy to stick with those.
Okay, so do we want to make, I know we've kind of discussed this in the past, do we want to make any changes with the ULCT Legislative Policy Committee appointments? We talked about this a little bit in the last meeting. Mayor, do you have input on that?
Well, all of us are involved with legislator here within the city. That's another one that's midday thing. So I would be interested in seeing hearing what the council has to say, particularly those that are very active in legislative things. I know Dave, you are. I know you are, Corinne.
This year I've struggled. I'll fully admit, but I'm getting better at it. The COVID thing, so hard to focus.
Yeah, keep in mind that, so these are voting positions too on the open seat.
But I have done it for several years. So if somebody wants to do it, I'm totally fine either way. You know, I've done it, what, 5 years now, so.
Currently, our 3 voting positions are council members Bingham, Bolduc, and Mon. So maybe just keep that in mind as we keep going through the list. But Corinne, all of your other positions, your community councils, Miss Syracuse, Communities That Care.
Yeah.
You're good with all of those.
I'm good with those.
Okay.
Yeah.
Corinne, can I add one?
Okay.
Could you do Memorial Day again this year?
You bet.
Okay. Thank you.
You bet.
Do you want that memorialized in this document?
It's just a one-day event, but at the same time, it is kind of nice to have one of the council members kind of coordinating the event with the city. So for future reference, I think it's good to have somewhere. I don't know if it needs to be here, but wherever you want.
Back on the ULCT thing, just so I don't know if everyone's aware, and I'm not suggesting this for the mayor. The mayor can be a voting member of that too.
Oh.
Actually, staff can too if you designate them, but I know that's not necessarily a preference. It hasn't been in the past. So,
Mayor, do you want to take mine?
If you're totally exhausted, I'd be glad to help you.
I'm not totally exhausted. Dang it! Why'd you have to put it? Yo, all right. No, I really enjoy it, but this has been, the COVID thing throws me off because it
does.
And sitting in the meetings it's a different experience altogether. But yeah, but it'll go back to normal hopefully eventually, just not this year. Okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to Councilmember Mon's assignments, starting with the Arts Council.
So just the Davis Chamber hasn't met in a long time because of COVID. And so I don't know when they start meeting up again, if I'll be able to do that. If somebody else is interested, I don't know that. I mean, before I did it, we didn't have that position. So I don't know if it's really that essential. And then the other one for me is the Syracuse High Community Council has not been meeting because of COVID because they've had so many shutdowns, but they meet at a time that's hard for me to get there. So if somebody else wants that, that's available as well.
It's on Wednesdays at 9 a.m. So I work, sorry.
Actually, they've moved it to 7.
7 p.m.?
a.m.
Even worse. I'm still at work at 7 a.m. So.
I know. That's why, it's like, okay, it's not working out.
It's 7 a.m.?
Yeah.
They don't exactly.
They're not meeting right now anyway, but.
Yeah, but I really have the feeling that they do that so that not a lot of the community can come.
I think they do as well, and they have tried to be over by the time school starts because they want to be, yeah.
If you want some support, I'd be happy to do it. I'm awake about 6:58, and I live around the corner, so.
Roll out of bed. There you go.
I can make.
Bless your heart.
They serve treats when they meet, but like I say, they haven't met this year in person, and they've just met over a couple of emails. So there's really nothing, because Davis County has dictated so much. I've just throwing it out there. It's not happening, but I have trouble making the meetings at the time they had them the year before.
Okay, so I'm hearing I shift the assignment to Councilmember Teague.
Go ahead.
At this point. Okay. And then is that all on yours, Dave? Were there any others? Okay. So then if we go on to Councilmember Savage, Jordan, yours starts with the Syracuse Junior High Community Council. I'll just let you go through and let me know if there's any on yours that you.
I thought it was fine. The only thing I would change, it's not actually a task change, but we've been asked to call it, I believe it's the Disaster Preparedness Committee, not the Emergency Preparedness Committee, per our ordinance. So other than that, looks good to me. I'm happy with all my current assignments.
Okay. And then on to Councilmember Teague, starting with the Planning Commission liaison.
I have to speak in his behalf. Planning Commission is a big job, and it's I did a couple of years, and I think he needs to share the wealth on that one.
You know, I agree. It's a good experience. I don't know if you said that actually, but I agree that it's a big job.
It is. It's very good.
But I have enjoyed it. I am fine to maintain it. I honestly am, just because I have not had the in-person, this whole year's been kind of askew. And so while I have to attend each time, it's been a little bit lightened, I think. So I'm happy to continue unless anybody really wants it.
I'm happy to fill in for if you ever need a week off, Seth. So just let me know.
Okay, that'd be great.
It'd be Planning Commission Pro Tem.
There's some wisdom in that.
And I really
and
don't
then before, oh, sorry, Seth.
Oh no, I was just saying I don't have a lot. So other than those, so I'm good.
Before we move on to the staff ones, in the past, we've always just rotated the mayor pro tem positions. So I'll just rotate those as we have, just according to tenure on the council, if everyone's comfortable with that. And then with the employee appeal board positions, some years we rotate them and then some years we don't. And so it's just kind of been year by year, we consider it. We haven't had an appeal hearing for a while. So I don't know if the group's comfortable leaving it how it is right now.
That's my favorite committee.
I love this.
I've been on it, but it didn't meet, so I'm. It wasn't.
So maybe we just leave that
year.
one how it is right now, and we can revisit it next year.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cassie, let's do that.
Okay, and then just the final assignments in there are for Brody and Paul and Robert. And so if you're comfortable with those, Brody and Paul are non-voting members of the Legislative Policy Committee, and Robert's on the canal boards.
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Okay, I'll just make these minor changes and it'll be on the agenda for the February 9th meeting. Okay.
Can we put that on consent?
If the council's comfortable with it, it's allowed.
Let's put it on consent. Let's go to K, discussion of future agenda items, council. I'm going to go how I see you. Lisa, do you want to start?
Future agenda items?
Yes.
Or
board reports?
Okay. I was gonna say I don't know what I was supposed to have done on that. Yes, my report. Well, let's see. I've just been meeting with the Illumination Committee for these communities that care. They're looking for money. I know they're desperately looking for money because they have a deadline to see if they can save enough or gather enough money to do the fireworks. I don't know if our city's going to end up doing fireworks this year, but we can't really commit money at this point, I'm sure, because if we do end up doing them, we can't give anything away. So anyway, just put that information out there. If anybody has some money they'd like to donate so that we have a down payment for fireworks, we have funding that will come to us after this initial down payment, but we can't get the funding if we don't have the initial. So,
they're looking for 19,000.
Please put the money out to any business owners you know. We've had some very generous donations from other businesses in the past, and we've got one that's come through, but we're still short
right now.
So is it an upfront donation, then they would get it back once they get the full funding, or how's that?
I don't think so. I think it's come up with the down payment and then they'll find the funding for the rest of it. Is that
okay?
I think that's right.
Well, the way they described this to me on yesterday when I was in the meeting was that they get a preferred contract price for fireworks if they're ordered before March 1st. if they don't have that money in pocket to pay by March 1st, then their open market they'll pay open market prices for fireworks.
Well, and the real problem with that now is because of COVID, a bunch of fireworks companies went out of business. So now you're looking at fewer people to get them from, which means price issues will arise.
And they all come from China, and it's the slow boat to China.
Yeah,
to get
literally. Yeah. And I met with the Youth Involvement Committee for the CTC, and we've come up with something that we can do over the course of COVID. We're doing there's a mindfulness podcast called Just This Breath. If anybody needs that for themselves or for their children. And it's Davis Behavioral Health that's come up with it. And so we're sending that out to all the principals, and might be going through Peach Jar to get to all of the community, to just remind them that there are some ways that they can calm down, and a free podcast is better than paying for an app. So, and that's what we're doing every month. We're going to send something out to all of the families, and just something that can help them be okay. And then we'll do something physical later on in the year when we can. So I think that's all I have.
Okay. Corinne.
I actually don't have anything right now. I already gave you my report on mosquito abatement from last week, and that's it.
Okay. No mosquitoes for the all-day suckers that Lisa's going to make.
Yeah, and Mom's doing well. She's still hospitalized, but doing well.
Good. Seth?
The only thing I failed to mention 2 weeks ago was, Noah will have to help me. I can't remember if it got brought up, but there was some reorganization of the Leadership and Planning Commission. Noah, they resulted in remaining Brett remaining as the chair, but they swapped out Larry Johnson as the assistant chair. And we will now have, is it Ivy Rulon?
Yeah, and Brett's term is actually up, so they kind of know that they're new. By continuing it, they'll have to vote somebody else in kind of halfway through.
And I'm sure you're aware, Noah, that Larry Johnson's moving. I don't know if he's leaving the city or not, but
I heard his wife say that.
Are they moving out of Syracuse, Lisa? Do you know?
I don't know.
I think they might be building a home, and just from his wife Angie's post, sounds like they're building a new home, and it's not going to necessarily be in Syracuse.
Yeah. Okay. And I think that's all my reports.
Dave?
So I don't have a lot to report. I mean, I'll keep you up on the sewer board issues. I did read that I get weekly briefings because we don't meet in person as much. And I did read that we had an emergency issue here in the city, but I guess it was resolved. So I'm not gonna get too far deep down that rabbit hole, other than our people were great to respond to it and help out. And I really like the fact that they're always very positive in their interactions with our city, because there are other cities that they are not very positive about. So thank you to staff for that, Robert and your crew. With COVID, pretty much everything else is kind of shut down. So we'll see what changes as that changes.
Thank you, Dave. Jordan?
So I'll be meeting the Disaster Preparedness Committee on Thursday, so I haven't to report on that yet. Just as a quick recap so you guys know, Seth and I went out to the Diamond Ranch last Saturday, had some good conversations with him. Also, we've kind of been, Noah's got some plans together. That lake is awesome. We just have no way to get to it. So there's a couple of items we'll probably be talking about as to some possible ways to move forward there, if indeed the city wants to do something. But I'm kind of excited to talk about some of those options at some point with you guys.
No lift stations.
That I actually brought that up, and I said, and that was never a discussion point, and I think we've made that abundantly clear. But yeah, maybe some point Noah will share some of his brainstorming there, and we've actually discussed bringing that up with some of the state officials as well, kind of a more generalized plan to kind of help spur the ability to get a bicycle trail past that area and onto the island. That this could be one of those stops. So it would be pretty awesome.
Let me just build on that so that you're aware. One of the things that is changing is the state required us to move our effluent water point from the new pipeline that's going in. So it's now way out there. So the pipeline will all be buried, so nobody will see it, but there will be a building out about where the bend in the road is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How big of a building?
What's that?
How big of a building?
Big enough to have some pumps in it to pump the water from the station.
So similar to the pump house we have out at Jensen?
Yeah, similar to that.
Oh, really?
Wow, that's big.
Yeah.
That kind of like, that's not sightly. Okay.
Well, I mean, the state.
It's either that or millions and millions of dollars. I'll take.
Yeah.
Can you make it out of Adobe brick or something
No.
like that, so it blends in with the landscape?
No.
Giant goose.
Dang it.
In fact, there's a problem that the lake keeps receding, and that's part of the problem, is that we can't get so close to the lake where the bridge is, where it goes into Farmington Bay, or otherwise the water could end up going into Farmington Bay, which is what we're trying to avoid. But the lake keeps receding, and they don't want us to build a channel to the lake at any point, so we have to move that building even further out.
Let me ask a different question. Can you make
Go
it
ahead.
look like a bathhouse?
Sure.
Do that.
With a white door.
But then people will stop.
They may be anywhere soon.
Will that pipeline be buried next to the causeway? And
Yes.
could you build something on top of that, like widen the causeway for trails or things like that? Or are there vent holes? Smells probably.
No, there shouldn't be any smells at all because the water's completely clean at that point.
Put a bike trail there.
So I don't know. I think that you couldn't build that because they would object to, in case they needed access to repair a pipeline. I'm just thinking that through out loud. I'm not sure that I can look into it.
Why not? Ask.
Just curious.
Yeah, I'll ask. I'll see where they go with that. But
maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe you don't want to be on top of a sewer outfall pipe.
So I think we're getting into more of a discussion here.
Yeah. Let me move us on. Let me report on Wasatch Integrated Waste and the landfill. The recycling machine that's up there is now in its second shift. They've opened that to a swing shift, and it's operating very efficiently. Even some of the recyclables that we're pulling out of the market rate for some of those things have gone up a little bit. They are now trucking an engineered fuel to the Wholesome Cement Company, which is up in Croydon, that makes cement, not wet cement, but cement powder. And that material is then burned, and the ash is incorporated within the cement itself. I also sit on a board called New Era, which is all the landfills in northern Utah that are a coalition of them come together to preserve a landfill going forward 100 years or more. And that is the Bayview landfill down at the south end of Utah County. Right now, New Era is being sued, and consequently, not only New Era, but Wasatch Integrated Waste, Transjordan, the Bayview project, all of these entities are being sued for the natural gas that's produced in each of these landfills, which was never never part of the original contract with the company. Company's name is Henderson, and they're suing us for breach of contract. But we actually brought this to their attention about 18 months ago because they had not produced a pro forma for us, for New Era. All the things that we'd asked for, they'd never done. So it's kind of a standoff now between them and us. The attorneys that are representing New Era think we've got a pretty sound position. There's no reason why other landfills should be tied to the Bayview project. The thinking is that they are realizing that it's going to be not a profitable enterprise, and that ship will sink. And so they're coming after these other landfills to try to put a little money in their pockets. That's about all I've got. Brody, do you have manager's report that you want to share?
No, that'll be at the business meeting. I'll put the January together. We did have a demolition of our secondary water tank. We got some footage of it on Facebook. You should check it out.
Awesome.
I did check that out. Yeah.
It's awesome. People have loved it. Yeah. Hey, what are we doing with that, by the way? Are we just breaking it into pieces and
recycle it?
Okay.
Scrap steel.
Yeah,
Drive it down the road.
And then we're going to save the land for building another one, huh, Robert?
Yeah, it went to scrap metal. So it was part of the bid that they would take it away.
We got like $50 for it.
Awesome. Hey.
It probably helped reduce the cost of the bid a little bit.
Just the hauling of it was probably nice. You don't have to pay for it.
All right. Anything else, council? I'm going to declare we're stand adjourned until our business meeting in February. You guys have a good day.
Great. Thank you.
Night.
Good
Night, everyone.
Good night.